Alright, hello everyone. Let me get out notifications and then we can go ahead and start. Let's see. Why am I having so much trouble finding the going live? There it is. It's only the third one on top. All right. Notifications are out. I think we're pretty much good to go. Got myself a glass of milk. I don't know. I feel like I need to get a water filter or something for my faucet because, good God, the water coming out of the faucet does not taste good. Milk doesn't taste too bad, though. I just can't drink too much of it. All right. So last we left off, we had just transferred power from one fairy queen to the other. And now what do we need to do? We need to... I literally didn't even bother with that puzzle. I think we're good to go. Hold up, I want to try looking into one more edict while we're here. Let's first of all, let's actually take a look at the notes. Troll notes, huge monsters, fish, alchemy recipes. We need the list of forms, I think. Where is it? I know we have it. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so the list of forms. There's a specific form that I want to make. And I don't actually have an idea of what it's called. So I'm going to have to guess here. It is a royal edict. So, one is a royal edict. And then we also need something that would actually... numbers contained in royal edicts inciting change must add up to more than 18 to contain their significant power. And this is what we are doing, because we're going to be changing the slope of a hill. But the problem is I still don't know that much about it. Okay. Anyway. The other thing that I need to do is I need to finish off a ley line thing with one of the other forms. Containing hyphens, affecting weather. Expanded forms must always contain the letter found at the beginning of the word. Least often at the beginning of the word, which is X. Hold up. Royal edicts affecting change must always add up to 18. It's either 9-7 or... No, that's actually really easy. It's either 9-8 or 8-9. And I don't know the letter. That's the problem. Word form, number in a complaint form, numbers in a form with the related to the moon. Numbers 1 must always be present in the forms related to tiny things. Number 7 must be present in counter. Okay, so 198, 189, and then we just kind of mess around with that and see what we can get. One, 8, 9. One 9-8. Okay. I don't know what the actual form that we're looking for is then. Okay. We're gonna go back. I thought that I could do something, but I don't think I have enough information. Also, I need to check something real quick. Blood omens. I'm just gonna go ahead and autocomplete this. That should give me some chaos. Let's go. Can we go north now? You know, I will cast a spell. I'm going to cast Omni. Royal edicts can move mountains. A hill would be a simple matter. Again, I don't know what edict I would be doing. After deliberating for a while, I decide I should leave the evidence of a royal murder in Fairyland. While none of it is overtly dangerous, it just feels like a bad idea to keep it on my person. I settle into my webship's cockpit. I start ignition. I play a game of solitaire to control liftoff. I fly straight into the web. It's good to be sailing again. Alright, let's go. My health is 2. This is gonna suck. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, this is kind of hard when you only have 2 health. Oh my god, we have only... I'm gonna use some ship equipment. Non-Euclidean sail. Oh, that would have been... Well, we got the search engine. We can use that. Cool. Got the Fiddler's Green. Here we can at least get a little bit of health back. Cast a spell. Textile Kinesis. And now we can head deeper. Here's the orbs that we weren't able to do anything with last time. Make some applets so that we get some health. More health. Delicious. Okay. Oh God, more applets would be nice, but how many matters and motives do I have? Not many. I think it's more important that we get the orbs going than anything else. How many? Shotgun blast it all. Huh. Holy shit. Well, you didn't miss too much. Hey, Mango. Oh, okay. Jeez, well, that's... Thank you for telling me. Yeah, I was wondering. I saw that you had joined the chat, but I didn't see anything after that. What's going on, Mango? How are you doing today? Light is merely light, but light echoed and echoed reveals all there is. I'm gonna cast Salvamundi. My spell brightens the area around me, but it doesn't completely banish the many layered shadows of the forest. The light reflects off a familiar blue shimmer on the ground. Okay. No worries. How's your day been going? I was just talking about how I probably need to get a water filter or something to put on my sink faucet because, oh my god, the water there tastes terrible. And just, ugh. A dark death algorithm that conceals... Okay, let's take a look at this. I think this is the first one. Teensy bit of housework and planning to stream the Floppy Nights beta. What the heck is Floppy Nights? Just a Brita picture? Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would probably work. I'm looking forward to this week, though. I'm also not looking forward to this week because I'm finishing up everything that I have left to do for my job, and then I'm just having the rest of the month off. And that's going to be a thing. I'm trying to finish everything as much as I can, but I keep running into problems. Like, I don't want to leave anything unfinished by the time that I do leave. You know? Read. The boy is a target for all the simmering anger threatening to overboil the hallways of the school. He has one friend, a bright and lively clown of a child. Yeah, exactly. I hate leaving a job and just having something that I was intending to do and then just never got a chance to finish, you know? Regrets. I hate leaving a job with regrets. That's the best way to put it. Oh! Have I mentioned that I do have a job after the month is up? I've already scheduled for the newest one pretty soon here. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. I pay for them out of pocket. School has no money for anything. I plan to sleeper program on the sticks I give to vulnerable students. Try this? Nope. Okay, what the heck is the order here? There we go. The boy is quiet and solitary. Read. The boy is a target for all the simmering anger threatening to overboil the hallways of the school. He has one friend, a bright and lively clown of a child. Thank God. You need a friend to survive these years. I give the students USB sticks to store their homework on. I pay for them out of pocket. The school has no money for anything. I plant a sleeper program on the sticks I give to the vulnerable students. A dark death program that conceals from them from those who would cause them harm. The boy finds the program and asks me about it. Discovered a part of Rezerov. This may go badly. We'll see. Whoops. Mango, how far did you get into this? Do you remember? Also, since we're coming up on the end of this, Mango, now is a good time to actually do some voting for the first time in a while. Take a look-see there, see if there's anything that you're interested in. Cast a spell. This would be Nightmare. Burning. Okay, I don't have the required Nightmare to move this. Yep. Don't have it at all. Oh, there's a memory. Can we use textile kinesis to get it? There are spiritual threats affecting a local high school. Anger flares from unlikely sources. Fights in the playground draw blood. Children come home with burns. All of my monitoring spells in the neighborhood are boiled away. It's not a situation where an open sorcerer can sneak into the building after hours to run a diagnostic. I'd be arrested and blamed for everything. I forge a teaching license. I get a job there. I knew that it would be difficult. I didn't expect to be good at it. Okay. You always forget how to vote? That's okay. There's the commands list to help you. Whoop. Apologies. Updated recently. Also, if you ever do forget how to vote, you can always try this. And that's it. Pretty much any incorrect parameter will give you that. Let's see here. We're going to examine these dim orbs and light them up. Blue one is easiest right now. Do we have order? We do not have order. We can't actually activate the blue one. Never mind. Earth and life. The violet one. Neat. The motes whirl faster and faster. They crash together in a burst of colored light. The violet orb begins to glow and float. It speaks. I am Rot, who floats through air from corpse to corpse. The plants around it seem to wither slightly. Well, we've got two. I can't get the other two right now because I don't have order or... yeah, I don't have order. We're going to take that body, thank you very much. Then we're going to head back to our ship. Because I don't think there's that much that we can do right now. Oh, wait, hold up. There is one thing that I can do here. We can talk to the stream. Cast a spell. I translate the murmuring of the river. It becomes my voice. I realize this noise is one of my memories. I gather my voice back to me and assemble the memory. I hesitate and consider. We are in an empty classroom after the chaos of the school day is over. I lean on my desk, watching as a boy hovers his hand over a plate of metal filings. Okay, can I swap this? I can. an inch under his palm, a bit of metal arranged, and the bits of metal arrange themselves into neat lines. It looks like you have an affinity for order, I say. I should have guessed that from your desk. You might want to explore Earth-based magic as well. So this is like Pokemon, he asserts. I sigh. This isn't like Pokemon. Is fire vulnerable to water? He asks. This is somewhat like Pokemon. That didn't take much work. That was just one out of order. One more part, and I know how to get it, but it's gonna be rough. Let's go west. Okay, now we need to leave. Go elsewhere. Travel here. Just see how well we can do. Use ship equipment. I need to get that goblin horn. Use the non-Euclidean sail. Oh, you lose health from that. Ugh. I didn't realize that. Approach the Sphinx. Use an object on the Sphinx. The Sphinx gets the fiddler corpse. And then use something else. Can we cast a spell? Okay, now we should be able to get the Sphinx to leave. Or at least let me go. Yep, and then we look at Mount Olympus. Wait. Mount Olympus is a real mountain. It exists in Greece. Mount Olympus is also an idea. It exists in the web. This version of Mount Olympus is grand and vast, but also has a faded feeling to it, as if I were looking at a sepia photograph. A relic from a bygone age, edges tarnished and worn. The mountain's presence is solid. People remember it. But people don't engage with it like they used to. Can I... Hold up. Inventory. Can I not use anything like that? What matter or motive should I use? We need a lot of air to do this. Yeah, we need 5 air. That's not gonna help. Okay, well, rip. Let's return to my ship for now. Go back to here. volcanic blizzard. Malware. Use ship equipment. We're going to use the search engine. The Bewilder Pool, which I will use the non-Euclidean sail for. Waves of Disassociation, which is definitely chaos. Or, doesn't have a specific matter motive. I'll have to solve it logically. Okay, thank God it didn't actually hurt me, but didn't help me either. Ask for help. Oh God, that just killed me. Oh yeah, you can check the number of games by just doing exclamation check options, and that's it. And then, as you can see, the vote stuff above. When are you going to be starting your stream, Mango? How many hours from now? Oh, stretch. We're gonna try and travel here again and see if this works. That didn't quite work as I had hoped. Did it? Hold up. I think the chat ate your command because I didn't see it come up in chat. A little over an hour from now. Okay. Well, maybe I can raid you again today. I still don't know what the golden spyglass is for. It seems like a weird thing. Okay. There you go. That time it worked. And it'll keep adding until it hits 2,000. I don't even know what ship equipment I would use for this. I've tried using water and I've tried using death. I don't have any fire to use. I'm just gonna use nothing since, yeah. Malware is, we'll go ahead and use the search engine for this since we can use. And there's waves of disassociation, which I'm just going to tank. And then we get a classic serpent. And this is the part where I don't know what to do. Yeah. Because we just flat out don't have enough health to survive the classic serpent. Yeah, if you ever question how to vote, you can just type exclamation vote and it'll tell you. That's the tutorial. I think we already got everything that we need. Let's go to the Lost Souls Diner and get some health back. Maybe we can just do that. I am going to give you a chaos. She serves me a venti half full milk, or half whole milk, and 1/4%. Oh god. I can't say any of this. She serves me a venti, half whole milk, 1/4 1%, 1/4 non-fat, half calf, extra hot, split quad shots, no foam latte with whip, 2 packets of Splenda, 1 sugar in the raw, a touch of vanilla syrup, and 3 short sprinkles of cinnamon. I see why this is what you get when you give her chaos. It's a mess. How much do we have? Chaos. I can give a little bit of fear, maybe. And then maybe a little bit of love. I want the love, though, so fear it is. She serves me an espresso. Nice. Okay, thank you. Pet the cat. Okay. We're gonna try this again. I don't know what kind of thing the serpent is. I still don't get how to deal with the panic blizzard. F it. The octopus can't help with the serpent, I might as well try. Octopus can't help with that. Hey Lucius! Oh, not much. Just going through this. This will probably be the last session. I know I said that yesterday, but this time I actually have everything I need to beat the game, hopefully. Malarthy helped me restart from a much earlier save, so we'll see exactly how badly this goes. What about you, Lucius? I'm boring. I'm just boiling over here in my own skin. Trying to get as much water as possible, but as I was drinking the water, I realized that I probably need a filter or something, because the filter, or the... what will be next in line? That is not a question. Because we know. It's Pillars of Eternity 2. Pillars of Eternity 2. However, I think I'm going to go back to what I used to do ages ago, where I would do 2 games at once. And once the next month starts, I'm going to be doing Pillars of Eternity 2 in the mornings, and then I'll probably be doing something else in the evenings. We'll see. Which, if we just take the top 2 off of that, that's Muramasa and Pillars of Eternity 2. Subnautica. Well, you gotta get it to the top. It's so close now. It's so close now, Desalona. Also, I thought you were working today. Or is this before your work starts? I guess it would be before your work starts. Yeah, we'll see about logs too, because they might... You have this week off because you get paid vacation and you love it. Wait, why are they giving you a paid vacation? Is it because you're a full-time employee? I want paid vacations, god damn it, I'm so jealous. Imagine a whole month. Okay, so there's this malware, right? This looks like a nasty piece of malware. I think I'm just going to use a search engine to unravel it. Or, no. Then there's the Bewildering Whirlpool, which is a non-Euclidean sail. And then there's Waves of Disassociation, which I still don't really... I don't know about this one. Yeah, I figured I'd try. Okay, no matter what, the serpent is going to hurt me. But we've got enough health to tank it this time. There we go. My current momentum is 37. My target momentum is 30. I cut through the current of the web. I reach my destination. Static interferes with my ship's sensors. I land on a small island of stone. Okay, let's examine the circle, redraw the circle. Fortune. I already remember this. So the hint is using our tools, we see the world and then the celestial realm. The tower, chariot, and fortune all make up the tools set, whereas the celestial set is sun, moon, and star. And then you've got world in the center, of course. And so that's all we need. Test this configuration. And now we can examine the circle and type in stuff to look at, like the University of Phoenixes, which has a lot of fiery beings on it. Which isn't great because my character, the person that I'm playing as, Pisces, is not a fan of fire, having lost her legs in a fire. Also spells and things, which we actually do want. There we go. Also, examine the other islands. Use an object. We're going to use Euros, the East Wing. Flyers, spells and things. There we go. You get 80 hours paid vacation, benefits, a retirement plan, and you're rolling in the full-time employee at an actual company. Goodness. I'm so jealous. Is this what... I mean, I guess, to be fair, you were in college for so goddamn long and you had to deal with your previous job. You think you're going to stay at your current job for ages now? Let's return to the circle. So here we have discovered the University of Phoenixes and spells and things. And I'm going to save at this point because we have 7 health. And I am hemorrhaging health like no other. This is an extremely difficult trip. Let's see exactly how difficult. I have 7 health. This is not going to function very well. If we can get through here, the habit. Oh god. Well, there's 4 health gone after bubbles. Anxiety rapids. Oh great. I've got 3 health left. I cannot use... I don't know what a rapids is. Is that water? Hey, octopus? Nope. I'm dead. This is why we saved. This is exactly why we saved. So these first few are not really in any way dangerous, except that one, which I forgot was in fact dangerous. Anxiety rapids, use a matter or motive. I'm going to say fear. I sculpt the rapids to my ends with fear. And then droid thermals, which we don't need to worry about. And what's next? A wave of energy, which I don't think does anything. And then the currents of the web, which leave me at exactly 1 health. Fantastic. Now, there's a reason that we did all of this. For one thing, we're going to look at his level 9 Elf Barbarian. Look at that level 9 Elf Barbarian. He's putting together archetypes based on non-standard race class combos. So that's fun. 80 hours paid vacation, Jesus. 2 weeks. We're gonna talk to the proprietor. Your shop is adorable. Let's see. I'm looking for my memories. Yes, that would be me. And then the sign says you have webship cleaning services. Oh, of course it costs order. The one thing that I don't have. God damn it. Okay, we're gonna use the back door. I'm behind Penny's spells and things. There's a tiny fenced-in yard, half grass and half vegetable garden. I see grown-over remains of an impact crater among the zucchini plants. There's a crater in the garden where something small landed hard. Honey seems to have cleared away the plants from that area and attempted to dig it out, but it looks like he hit rocky hard-packed earth before he reaching the object and gave up. Do I have anything that can help with this? Unbabble doesn't do anything. Why would I do that? Textile pieces. I try to pull the memory out with my scarf, but it's wedged in the stone. Domini? Stone is stone. Cloth is too gentle. Brute force is a solution. Well, we don't have any earth right now, so that's not much of a solution. Okay. However, I'm gonna go ahead and buy Charm Cat because yes, we can now cast Charm Cat. All right, we're returning to my ship. We're going back to the Deep Web, and then we're going over to the Lost Souls Diner so we can cast Charm Cat on the cat because I want to. The cat starts purring. It looks like he's having a nice dream now. Yes. Okay. Now, the other thing that I need to do is I need to figure out where to get my, what do you call it? Nightmare spell or nightmare stuff. We'll see about that because I'm not sure myself. I've never had nightmare as a spell. I didn't even know it was something that you could get. Let's see. Approach the old man. Cast a spell. Nightmare. Ah, fantastic. I need this one. I cast Nightmare, but instead of sending a terror, I look for one. The spell sifts through the mind of the sleeping man and finds pain. The idea of his body breaking more plays through his mind. I add a new nightmare to my nightmare spell. Your teeth are falling out. Let's go to the whaling pit. I try to talk to a few of the faces at the edge of the pit, the ones that have enough mouths to properly speak, but they refuse to interrupt their wailing long enough to talk to me. Can we unbabble them? I approach one of the faces that wails softer than the others and cast Unbabble. I can hear the meaning of its noise echo through the spell. I hurt, I hurt, I hurt, I hurt. Why do you hurt? Too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Too much, too much, too much, too much. They keep screaming at me. Why are they screaming? Why are they yelling? Why are they screaming? Make them stop, make them stop. I'll make them stop by screaming at them. Can I help you? I'm gonna guess no. This place is hurt. It's hurt. Hurt falls, lands here. Screaming began and then screamed back and screamed back and then screamed back. Began with hurt and then screaming made screaming. Well, I don't think that I can help these people. Well, if they really are people. Well, I don't think that this is going to work, as I do not have the ability to enter the deepest depths of the pit. Okay. One thing that we can do in the other depths are we can head to... Hold on. Okay, starting from 3, so we go east. Here we are. Down, down, west, west, west. Nope. Try it again. Okay. So down, down, west, 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 down, down. Oh, I could go deeper, but it could not be more clearly dangerous. The space outside is pressurized with feeling and shockingly cold. Notes from a doomed expedition led me here. There's literally a skeleton decorating the entrance, but I really, really, really want to know what's down there. Let's stay up here. Take a look at that derelict bathysphere. And more specifically, the body. Take the nightmare. No one will ever understand you. I cast Nightmare, but instead of sending a terror, I look for one. The spell peels the nightmares out of this dead explorer's skill. You mean skull? I find that it's the obsession that drove him down here. I add a new nightmare to my nightmare spell. Alright, time to leave. As fast as possible, thank you. One thing that I think I am doing this next month too is I'm bringing back, what do you call it? I'm bringing back the days where I just play a game from start to finish. So I think that you should be very happy about that, Lucius, because that's why I asked you for that big list of games that you ended up finding me. Hopefully, I'll be able to get through all of those. And I do mean all of them. We'll see. Cast a spell. Nightmare. The bear growls in her sleep. She paws at her mouth. My memory rolls free. I gather up the broken memory. It is claw marked and slightly gnawed on. I put it back together. I remember this one goes on the bottom. Is that not right? There we are. I do not find the fire. The fire finds me. It has been watching me and it knows my weakness. It sets my fragility on fire. It brands me with certainty that I am broken. It starts with my legs. It thinks that it is safe in its ambush, that I will not be able to fight through the bone-deep pain. It does not know that I have a student. And now we can compile that. Hopefully we have everything we actually need to compile that. Inventory, spells. Requires one error. Roll.find by focus, self ID, self.focus ID, string path equals target location, key K equals execute locksmith.exe. It opens things, it seems. Examine that gate. Cast a spell. We're going to be opening this gate with Resurov. The padlock clicks. The chain unwinds. The gate springs open. The forest ends here, delineated sharply by a chain-link fence. Beyond the fence to the east, there's a blasted wasteland. The gate is open. The forest ends here, delineated, yes. I'm at the base of one of the DOS towers. There's a plaque attached to the side. I see other towers in the distance. The tower is all lattice work, climbing into a point high in the sky that sparks with light, winds with electric power, and occasionally hurls lightning into the ground with deafening cracks. Thick cables erupt from the ground inside the tower, transporting motes of matter from somewhere else. The cables are labeled fire, water, and light. The light cable is hooked up to other cables that wind all the way to the top of the tower. There's an elaborate sigil carved in the ground where the cables emerge, an anti-tamper enchantment designed to reset the cables to their correct configuration. The ground around the tower is black asphalt that gleams with dark. This is a safety measure that will keep the lightning from striking the base of the tower. It also makes it possible for me to wheel out here safely. What an interesting thought to be the first one to enter my head. I can't just unhook the cables. There's a reset enchantment carved into the asphalt. It will restore the default configuration of the cables after they've been tampered with. I would need to splice the cables in a way that will permanently damage the tower. Should I? I know I've done this before, but the steps are a little hazy in my mind. First, light cable is active, is insulated, and is connected to the tower cable. Let's see here. Focus on the light cable for now. Deactivate it. There's a switch on the base of the cable that cuts off the flow of modes. I find it and switch it off. It's safe to work with now. Remove the insulation. Disconnect it. Okay, then I'm gonna take a look at the water cable. Is it disconnected? No, it's deactivated though. So we're gonna remove the insulation again. Then we're going to disconnect it. Oh, okay. Cable to the water cable? I connect the light cable to the water cable, carefully winding the wires together until they're tightly bound. And then just okay. Wrap the cable in insulation. Dead. No, you don't. You don't manage to turn it off before it kills you? Because you just died. Resurov. Okay, let's do this again the correct way. So we're going to deactivate the light cable, remove the insulation, disconnect the cable, then focus on the water cable, remove the insulation from this. Connect it to the light cable. And then we're going to wrap the cable in insulation. And this time I'm going to wrap both cables in insulation first, and then we turn it on. Let's see, the cables twitch in my hand as the flow of light meets the flow of water. High pressure water smashes into lightning inside a narrow cord. The order insulation keeps me from being electrocuted. The tower isn't so lucky. Water begins to leak up out of the insulated base of the tower. As it dampens the metal lattice work, there's a crack and another crack and the smell of ozone. Sparks of light run up and down the length of the tower. They climb to the top and hit the wearing mechanism that directs the lightning at the ground. It shorts out in a tiny thunder crack and a pretty burst of light. I roll back from the tower. The reset sigil starts deactivating and reconnecting things. But all the cable fiddling in the world won't fix the broken machine at the top of the tower. I take a moment to examine my sabotage, soaking in the deep satisfaction of a job well done. Nice. What's the plaque? Welcome to DOS Site 42. Deluge of sigil sites are important parts of modern magic energy economy. This is where we harvest the earth and life motes we use to make excellence brand enchantments and spells. By using light instead of more intrusive matters like water or fire, we can stimulate the expulsion of the land's naturally collected magical reserves without disturbing the surrounding area. DOS sites are a source of renewable resource production with minimal impacts on the surrounding nature. This strains credulity. This site provides a power for a variety of important places, including our Bitcoin mining operations, facilities, and the University of Phoenix's and various corporate firewalls. I seem to recall that previous versions of DOS sites caused constant earthquakes and the development of active volcanoes. Ugh. There are a lot of towers. They speckle the wasteland, occasionally blasting the earth with light. There are also gray boxes that look like huge air conditioning units. It looks like these are what are collecting the motes and lightning forces up. They're all connected by a web of dark asphalt, probably so that the maintenance workers can access them safely. The asphalt itself isn't well maintained. There are potholes and wide cracks. This is the only tower I've been able to reach. Well, we definitely broke that. Okay, now what do? We can attempt to go to the University of Phoenix, but I can assure you I don't have the resources for that. Strength spell. Where the heck do we get the strength spell? I don't remember seeing anything about a strength spell. Eh. We might just need to head straight towards the end of the game. We don't have very much health, though. That's the problem. You know what? We can get health. We can actually go buy health. Go to the deep web and head back to the diner. Talk to the waitress. I would love any amount of health at this point. I don't think we need that much in the way of water. We got tons of chaos though. Ugh. Okay, well, that's it. Maybe we can get some more health from Fiddler's Green. Okay, let's go somewhere. Let's go to Fairyland and head to the Goblin Market. Hey, also. Oh, damn it. Roll on north, roll on west, keep rolling west, then go south again. And there's the Goblin Market. Let's sell some stuff because we need stuff. Shop for services. Do we have a treasure chest somewhere around here? I'm pretty sure we had a treasure chest. Hey! I already got rid of this, so... sell something else. Out of curiosity. Yeah, you can't sell that. Ship hole? I don't know what the ship hole is used for. Oh, I do remember what it's used for. It's one of the possible things that you can bait the hook with when you're hunting for sea monsters. Hey, Elsa. What's up? There's the treasure chest. One light? Come on. I'm gonna make that goblin made, or get that goblin made horn. There we are. That's going to be useful, hopefully. We've got 6 health. So at this point, I am tempted to try this out. An anger storm. Okay. And then burning passion. Wow, you guys really like the fire, don't you? That one's love, right? Do I have any love? I think I spent it all on getting the cat spell. Nope. Alright. Burn me. Yeah, that kills me. Well, we can't get there. This time. Travel to hell, maybe? See if we can get anything from here? Yep. I don't have anything to do with these. God damn it. I'm back to where I started. Okay. I think I'm going to put this game away for now. Because I'm still back to the point where I can't progress. What I am going to do, though, is we're going to go ahead and see about starting up Pillars of Eternity 2, because I want to get something started, okay? But to do Pillars of Eternity 2, we need to go ahead and finish Pillars of Eternity 1, which we are right at the end of, if I remember correctly. I just wanted to see what we could do. So I'm going to go ahead and set up Pillars of Eternity, and we're going to do that for the rest of the stream. Okay. That did not work. That did not work at all. Why did that not work? Yeah, I can do this manually if I need to. Am I spelling something wrong? Scripts, come on. Help me out here. What's going on? Huh. Key error. Hold up. Gotta check something. That's not good. Well, I can always do this. There we go. Okay, cool. Pillars of Eternity 1 is now off the list. I don't know why I wasn't deleting it. That seems weird. Oh well. I did change the game, right? I did. Fantastic. All right, a little bit of a recap on exactly what's going on with Pillars of Eternity 2 and why we are playing Pillars of Eternity 1 right now. Pillars of Eternity 2 has the ability to import a save from Pillars of Eternity 1, and I wanted to do the DLC, so I went back and did the DLC, but I have yet to actually defeat the final boss. So we're going to go ahead and defeat that final boss right now. And by that I mean literally right now. We're at the final boss. That was our last save. So this is going to be either a absolute stomp or it's going to be the stupidest shit ever. Ah, yes.
Absolutely.
This will be fun. I also don't remember any of the controls, so forgive me if it takes me a little while to remember how to do things. Hopefully it won't be too bad. I think it's just space for pause, and that's really the most important thing. But a little bit of a recap on who this boss is and why he's the big bad evil guy of this particular setting. Teos is a constantly reincarnated soul that, for some reason, remembers all of his past incarnations and has henceforth awakened all of his incarnations in a single body. This is really bad news because, one, that usually causes insanity for someone. Two, he's, remembered a lot of the stuff that he's done and agrees with a lot of the stuff that he's done, and therefore is just kind of like not a good guy. He's set a lot of plans in motion that have taken multiple lifetimes, literally, to accomplish. Now, we are going to stop him because his current plan is involved in bringing back the goddess Wudica. Wudica is the goddess of judgment, if I remember correctly. Actually, we have somewhere around here. Class, journal, encyclopedia. Here we are. Let me take a look at the deities. Wudica, here we are. Yes, she is the goddess of justice, law, oaths, promises, and rulership, vengeance, most notably, memory, and hierarchies. Depicted as an old noblewoman bearing a broken crown upon her head, said to have once ruled over the other gods, but has since been overthrown. Wudica is one of two gods that are no longer in the hierarchy, which is kind of interesting considering, who she is. But, yeah. Currently, Theos is attempting to bring her back because he is one of the biggest long-term followers of Wudica. He also thinks that it will, of course, bring him his own power. And to do all of that, he's activating these... I forget what they're called, but they're machines that prevent souls from being rehoused into new bodies, resulting in a lot of bodies being born without a soul. I don't remember what they're called, but they are literally soulless children being born. A lot of people thought that this was initially due to Aethys, one of the other gods that I was just about to talk about being... Well, Aethys was a god that incarnated into a man and then got killed in a man. And so he's pretty thoroughly dead, at least as far as we can tell. Now, there's going to be some really cool lore, and this next section, the pit, is one of my favorite sections of the entire game, which is great because obviously it's the end of the game. So we'll see how I like this. Also, we're using sort of a different setup than before.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, our main character is a watcher, and a watcher means that I can both see the pasts of souls and affect souls in certain ways. Those particular ways are kind of... they don't really specify very much. Our class is a chanter, and I quite like that class, because it is effectively a bard. The sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. But, while they slow your descent, you can still feel that you are falling faster than you should. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting towards the wall. Pelagina falls with you for a moment, but seems oddly buoyant during her slow descent. Feathers fluttering silently along her arms and faces, the sides of her face. Suddenly, her golden eyes grow wide, and she shouts out, "Look out, Sephi American! The wall!" We're gonna take control of the souls to guide ourselves to safety. Concentrating, you focus on the essence around you and knit it together in your mind. What was a jumble of souls becomes a single entity, coordinated and purposeful. It steers you steers you to safety at the center of the pit. You manage to spread your arms and legs into an X, steadying your position at the rate of your descent. You reach the court of the penitents, millennia-old stones safely under your feet. We're just going to go with standard. I don't want to redo all of the levels of this area. Plus, I kind of want to stop Theos. Theos is already a hard fight at the level that I fought him initially.
After what seems like an eternity, your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath. Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
No going back now.
Absolutely.
Everyone all right? No shattered knees? Good. Just me, then.
You're fine. You're the tankiest one in the group. I'm sure.
That was bracing.
See now what the flame
Did
has
anyone
shown
bring
us?
a ladder? Slowly
All
now.
right then. Note taken. You could have told me about that before I stepped on them, but sure.
Crave.
And what does the flame reveal?
Crave. Feel.
Honestly, at this level, most of the fights are going to be auto-played. As we are level, I think, 14? The game's intended endgame level is level 12. I don't need to micromanage my party very much.
I'm here.
There is going to be a point where I do need to micromanage my party due to spells. But we will get to that.
Gotcha!
I'd be glad to.
Cool. Money, money, money.
Crave.
Turns out that for some reason guns are very effective against just specters in general, which makes me surprised a little bit, because they're guns. You know, all physical and stuff. And specters are specters. You know, not. But now guns are pretty good against specters. Who would have thought, right?
I'm here.
Okay, can we kill this thing? Spectres also put out a fear aura whenever they die. Ah! Oh god, I forgot about that stupid war cry. I specifically picked it because of that war cry.
Hey. All right, then.
Yes?
Or I picked that voice because of that war cry.
And the fire shows me something new.
Well, there we are. No.
Crave.
Okay, we may actually want to buff a little bit. These are spells that are free because they're just mastered. A couple of really good ones here I quite like. Shields of the Faithful, Devotion to the Faithful is really great. As well as Watchful Presence, which just heals you when you get too low.
Breathe.
Also has no cooldown, or no time limit, so it's just... Do you guys want to be focusing on that anime? It's kind of in the back lines.
Sorcery.
Pelagina, where are you? Oh, Pelagina doesn't have her pistol out. I should fix that. Yeah, these guys are barely hurting us.
For the Republic.
Pelagina has a couple of really nice abilities, one of which is just a ability to buff all of her allies around her.
Not even slowing it.
With a lot of attack speed. Good news. Here we are.
Yes.
There we go. That was a lot of enemies in a very small room. A lot of enemies, jeez.
A simple test. That's settled.
For some reason, the priest is good at lockpicking. Don't ask me why I decided to do that to him. That was just how I ended up leveling him. Neurons is my favorite character, by the way. He's great. And by that, I mean absolutely awful.
And what does the flame reveal?
A column of Adra rises above you, stoic and silent, its ridged layers a measuring stick for the passing of ages. It feels to you as a thick block of ice, and you perceive buried deep in its core a dim, flickering flame, all but extinguished, yet preserved against the ravages of the elements. As you approach, the flame seems to steady and draw strength, and the layers separating it from you melt away, and you are bathed in its glow, a bright beacon in the gloom. The glow seems to fade, as though you had adjusted to its intensity, and where it was, Iavara seeps into existence, an idyllic shade hovering over the moist prison floor. Though ageless, she appears somehow different to you now, a slight stoop to her carriage, perhaps, or a trace of sunkenness in her eyes. There's a broad scar across her face, fibrous and wormy where flames once lapped, unhealed even in death.
Hello, old friend. The ages have been kind to you, I hope.
Major spoilers for this, by the way. This conversation is the best in the game, and it's my favorite.
You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here?
It would seem I have unfinished business here.
I'd hoped after our last discussion you would find what you sought. Has it eluded you all this time? I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice.
Theos diverted them from the cycle. He seeks to empower Wudica and to blame Animancy for the damage he's caused.
After all this time, he would still stand against the tide.
Oh, Animancy is effectively necromancy. It's the use of souls to empower objects. That may be corpses, that may be objects. Like non-organic stuff. You knew me when Theos did. There's something I need to know about that time.
I will tell you what I remember.
There's something about the lifetime my soul can't let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see moments from that life, of you, of the Inquisition, of Theos. Iavara was our one-time girlfriend, I think, if I remember right. She was sacrificed by Theos.
I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that? Iavara's mouth tightens and her brow furrows, a look of pity. Her eyes shift back and forth between each of yours, as if looking for something that would help her decide whether to speak.
That the gods aren't real.
Pelagina throws her head back and laughs gleefully. Of course not. It all makes sense now.
She's not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
There's a theory puts my boldest to shame. But we ourselves have seen the gods' influence.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
Who created these gods, and for what?
They were conceived by Engwith, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Engwithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone. It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
This is why you started your own faith?
I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. That was my faith. I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
And how did you discover this?
The Engwithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them. And in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
Later on, after I left the Order, a few Engwithans found my words persuasive and joined my cause. They revealed that what I did not already know. Is it true what you taught?
You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs these souls, you will see for yourself, as you once did. Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Iavara scans her audience in silence, her eyes thoughtful, lingering on each member of your company in turn, finding interest in things unseen.
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
But that's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. What if it were forbidden knowledge rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
I have seen with my own eyes the deceptions of my goddess. The Watcher has shown me as much. But it was not until now that I understood how truly desperate she was. The depths of her deception.
You speak of her deceptions, but what of your own? Was it her words that led you down your path? Or was it the absence of her words? A gap that you filled with your own broken thoughts?
Beads of sweat coalesce on Durance's forehead and trickle down the sides of his face in streaming rivulets, as though he were a block of ice standing before a great pyre.
If all our common threads are spun from a lie, what's left to bind us together?
For thousands of years, the Angwithan lie clouded our sight. How can we claim there is no other way when we never had the opportunity to discover one? There are answers out there still, in places we've never thought to look.
What if even mastery over all things cannot answer the most basic of questions?
I stopped asking those questions long ago. It is enough to care for those we love with the time we have in this life.
She locks eyes with Menahat.
What if no god had the authority to relieve our burdens or absolve our sins?
No, then I guess we'd have to seek those things from people.
She crosses her arms, angling her head.
And that's the hard part, isn't it? It's easy to close your eyes and pray to a god. Harder to open them and look into the face of someone you've hurt. Or someone who's hurt you. I spent a long time looking for a miraculous solution. But you can't undo the past any more than you can unspill a glass of wine. All you can do is move forward and try for better.
A little bit of background on Menahat. She is awakened. She understands and has lived her past life. She has also made the mistakes of trusting a god. She's come full circle, and that's why she's the one that has the most closure in here.
Many are the names of those who have died in despair, waiting for the help of the gods.
I feel the weight of Iavara's translucent eyes upon your soul. What if we can be assured of nothing? Then we had best build our own strength so we can bear it.
It's the trials, Watcher, that make us what we are. Have I not always said so?
Yet strength is not given, but earned, and always in proportion to its cost. What will you sacrifice for yours, and who will pay the toll? I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
I don't think it makes a difference either way.
I often wonder that myself. If things had gone differently, if the world had taken my faith instead of the Angwithan's faith, would it truly be what I had envisioned? I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I found peace with my failures, and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand.
For the first time, hints of doubt trace her serene visage.
I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
As she asks, the memory springs to your mind immediately, as though it had just happened. I never forgave you for what happened between us.
I knew it was a risk, taking you into my camp. I knew you still had strong feelings. In my pride, I'd hoped to channel them towards faith. Good. Good. The things I taught, the things I believed, I needed to hear that. I needed to know it wasn't because...
Because I thought Theos was right? I needed to know it wasn't because, after everything you'd learned, you'd still rather believe in a lie. If that is the conclusion people reach once they know everything, then my purpose has been a mistake. That seems a harsh connection to draw.
I may not have loved you in the same way you loved me, but I loved you all the same. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
You're never going to be able to convince everyone of anything, true or not. There will always be dissent.
I expected dissent, but I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wished to know. Nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made?
I see the world differently now than I once did. I regret what I did to you, and I wish your forgiveness.
You have always had my forgiveness, no matter your reason. There are circumstances behind that reason we all share. Knowing that, it is difficult to hold spite in one's heart. At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish, but now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself will satisfy your needs. Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
This place, Sun and Shadow, what is it? I could tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. I have only what I have seen, and what others have told me about it. There is only one man who can tell you now, who knows it to a certainty, and you shall face him soon enough. I will leave you to see it for yourself. Make your own judgments. Better for your soul that way, I think. How is it you speak Adiran? I speak no language now, but the wordless expressions of the spirit. It is through my connection to you that I am able to draw upon your words and form them as my own. Do you know what it is I need from Theos?
I could not say for sure. But you have been to Sun and Shadow before, and it came at a crossroads in your life, when much of what you knew had been upended. I have to believe it will come to you there. Your concerns then were of loyalty and trust and the gods. Everything I told you seemed to send you further into doubt. His words mattered to you when you knew him then. After you and I spoke, you went immediately to seek him out. Perhaps you simply sought confirmation from the man you trusted. If something from that time still troubles you, it may be something he told you then, or refused to tell you. He keeps secrets better than any in this world.
Why has Theos done all of this?
He cares only for the secret he keeps locked away. He destroys anyone who might discover it, no matter their chances. That's why he's always favored Woodica. It isn't in her love of promises or justice. It's her disregard for the rules. Her willingness to do what is necessary. To Theos, she's not a deity, but an ally with which to conspire. When her power waxes, she does as she pleases with this realm, as well as hers. And she wants that secret guarded as much as he. If Theos succeeds, there will be a shift in the balance of power among the gods. Woodica was vanquished once, when the other gods decided she had gone too far, and her power diminished. With this infusion, there is no telling what she will do. The only certainty is that there will be chaos in their realm, as well as ours.
Are you bound here until the end of time?
In a matter of speaking. This is Braeth Yamen, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woodica is eternal. They linger above, at the site of the old court, and are not permitted to leave the island, forever severed from the cycle. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition, but time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning. You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
The other gods aid me because they want Theos destroyed. I owe them no debt.
They aid you because they would bend you to their own purposes. Engwith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing. But these souls, these forgiven the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end.
Why don't you repent? You could be free of this place.
Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life. But that trial was my one moment of certainty. Even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart, knowing I've shown them what they truly are.
How can I get Theos to tell me what I need to know?
You will not find a more resolute being on all of Eora. There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life. Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him.
It's time for me to go then.
Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
Your defiance here is an illusion. You are a slave to the gods, bound to their rules, stuck in their system. Your continued existence is proof of the gods' dominion over all of us. You notice a bond now, one that has always been, an interleaving of her essence with yours at the extremities of your perception. You are tied to this woman's spirit, and you can feel a measure of control over it, as though you were its shepherd. What are you suggesting? I can disintegrate your soul, make you cease to exist. Then I would be no different than the other souls the gods have broken in this place. I do not wish to stop fighting them. The ultimate commitment to making your point is to sacrifice your own existence. As long as you are here, the gods know you value the life they gave you. For a long time, Iavara says nothing, looking at her now as she stares off. The fatigue is unmistakable, as though her life had been some dream from long ago, and her imprisonment a day without end. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps there is a way to end this on my terms. She looks up at you.
Your soul deserves an end to its suffering. I'm sorry I wasn't able to grant it myself. May it come to you swiftly. I suppose I have waited long enough, and I do not wish to delay you any further. Come, let's be done with this once and for all. I am ready.
In your mind's eye, Iavara's soul becomes a doll of parchment. Your focus flies towards the doll and waves of sparks that gather in clusters at its feet. You push harder, and the sparks engorge, dancing upwards as flames that climb the base of the doll, curling it, peeling back the woven fibers and turning them into a luminescent orange, before fading them to purest black. The doll seems to hang there a moment as the last of the parchment is consumed by the last of the flame, leaving only a few tenuously connected strands to hold together its shape, like the intricate work of lace. Iavara tips her head slightly to you, and with that the last strands give away, coming apart as particles of ash that scatter, carried on some invisible breeze into the nothingness beyond. She is gone. Oh, we got a free rest out of that, I just noticed. Also, Eder, what's up?
Well, doesn't that just beat all? Here I was, wondering all this time whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing. Wonder how things would have gone different 15 years ago if the Raid Sarens had been told their god was made in some forge or kiln someplace. Would we still have gone to war?
People were starving. They'd have rebelled sooner or later.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know that they would have invaded.
He looks down at the ground, drumming his fingers against his side restlessly. When he speaks again, it seems half to himself.
I don't know. When Woden left for war, we, had a fight. As brothers will.
What about?
About him going off to war. He was set on it. My parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your god, you only get the one. Me? I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one. I said every vicious thing I could think of, trying to change his mind. He brushed it off. Just got me madder, of course, him being so calm. He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I told him he'd better be able to face his god one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind. And then, he was gone. By the time I'd cooled off, months had passed. One morning it dawns on me that my brother always knew better than me. If he was so sure of what he was doing, then I should be there with him. I packed my things and was on the road that same morning. Of course, what I didn't know then was he'd already changed his mind. By that time, he was dead on that field.
Do you think he went to White One because of what you'd said to him?
Crossed my mind. You live in a place like Gilded Vale. You don't have a whole lot else to do other than think about things you don't want to think about. I hope that wasn't it. I hope he went there because it's what he thought was right. But it seems I'm not meant to know.
So if you'd left with him, you'd have known why he changed his mind.
If I'd have left with him, we'd both be dead, so I don't know why I bother thinking about it. I found my own way in the end, and it wasn't my brother's and it wasn't my God's. I don't know if it was right. But I couldn't abide what Wydwin was doing to his own. God or not. I don't regret it. Whether Wydwin was Aothis, well, it hardly seems to matter after what we just heard. And all these questions I've been trying to figure out. I think I just miss my brother.
Let's be on our way, Eder.
Still one more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on then. I still owe you one.
All right. Pillars of Eternity 1 really is probably the best example of Obsidian's writing. Hey, Ferret. You missed the biggest spoiler.
Hello? Is everyone still there?
Keeping an eye out.
We're at the end of the game, just so you know. What the heck is that? Where the hell are we? Why can't I see anything? Didn't you not finish number 1? Ah, there we go. That's why we can't see anything. We haven't turned the lights on.
Look at that. A city to put all others to shame. And long lost.
We light our own path now, Watcher.
I don't suppose you could make a few bridges the same way,
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. Missed most of it.
Ha! Or Eder. Alright, well.
Laying low.
Gonna stay low to the ground if we can. What did you not like about number 1? Because I can't have been the writer.
Don't even swing it!
Roak 10!
Wasn't the turn-based combat in the sequel horribly imbalanced though? I mean, I agree with you on that. Where the...
Following your lead.
Come on.
Yes?
I was like, where the hell did Connor go? I think the turn-based with pause probably isn't the best combat, honestly, for CRPGs. Real time with pause. Turn-based with pause is much better. That's a dragon. Oh.
Crave the field of
Probably fine, let's be honest. Oh, that's a dragon. Hey, Sephi American, can you maybe murder that thing a little bit faster? What does Sever the Soul do? Yeah, sever that soul. I mean, at this point, I'm also playing without upgrading anything. Oh, hey. Oh, screw that dragon. Yeah, F it up. Shoot it real good.
Reacted!
Certainly.
We'll be starting Pillars of Eternity 2 next. The shadows in the cavern suddenly lengthen and swallow you. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you find yourself in the midst of what must be another vision. You are surrounded by mists. The ground feels springy under your feet. You imagine that as soon as you take a step, the soil behind you will erase all traces of your passage. As if on cue, the mists before you clear just enough to take a couple steps forward. You do, and the fog closes behind you. You continue for several minutes in this manner, one step at a time, never seeing more than the ground right in front of you. Eventually, rays of light cut through the haze, and you find yourself facing a canyon wall. Pelagina's head violently snaps to one side, her eyes tracking some unseen threat. She puts her hand on the side of her face, where two of her feathers have been cut short near the base. Tufts of down float in the air. Something whizzes past you. Just as you turn, you catch another weir of movement. Out of the mist flits a shape, small and round. You think you see another, and another. They tickle the corners of your vision. You turn back to the canyon wall. The sun shifts along its path, and what looks like a smooth rock face is the hollow of a cave. A figure steps out, its features shifting and changing before your eyes. He who sees and is not seen, save when he chooses, it seems. Kana regards the figure with wary fascination. I thought the god of mystery is my chief enemy at times, but one cannot seek out answers if the questions aren't there. Wow. The figure transforms from male to female, from Orlan to Amwa, its bones lengthening and its fur receding into its flesh. The only details that remains constant is the smooth, eyeless face. The whizzing, rushing shapes from the mist converge on the figure, and as they form a spinning cloud, you realize that they are eyes.
You understand the value of a mystery watcher, a buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, watcher, one you have lost and discovered over generations. And following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning.
What are you talking about? Well, giggles, a strangely modulated sound that rises and falls as the god shifts from one form to the next. You seek and search while your foe obscures, and even your quest for answers to your past has only led you to another mystery, and one grander still. I'm here to stop Boudica from tipping the balance of power. Which means you must scatter the very thing she seeks.
A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Boudica's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them?
Elsa, what are you doing? Meow. Yes? I think Elsa's just trying to get a little bit of a respite from the heat. I don't remember who I said. I think I went with Rimmergand, Andra, and Skane.
And yet fresh snowfall covers tracks, and waves wipe footprints from the sand, changing the terrain. This is the landscape of new journeys and uncharted discoveries. Even the gods require fresh mysteries.
The clouds break and the torrent of rain washes Whale's features clean. His blank face molds itself again, taking on the shape of something you've never seen before. Do not consign the souls to the fate of some god's choosing. You have found them. Now scatter them across existence, their destination known to neither god nor immortal. Let them be lost again, new answers to new riddles. What end would that serve?
No end, Watcher. That is the purpose.
But what happens to the souls?
None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery.
Farewell, Weil.
That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
Shadows from the new caves melt and spread across the landscape, covering you in darkness. When the light returns, the vision is gone. I do remember that I ended up choosing Wow's ending the first time.
I'm here.
A lone segment of the bridge rises over the ruins of an ancient city. It looks stable enough, but the wide gap leaves little room for error. I think we're good. Or do we... Is there anything over here? Okay, yeah, let's go. Sephi Merrigan gets a running start and leaps over the gap. However, Sephi Merrigan cries out upon landing and collapses on the other side in a tangle of limbs. Okay, where are we? Where are we going, actually, is the better question. God damn it, I actually cannot see the ground. The Walk of Souls, the Guardian's Dome. The Ferret, what are you up to today? Are you boiling as I am?
Crave the field of
I'm not even gonna bother. There's no reason to actually control. Okay, that might be a reason. That might be a very good reason. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of ow. Wait, was Heart of Frenzy it, or? No, Savage Defiance.
Following your lead.
Yeah, that dragon might actually be a little bit of a problem. Maybe. Still not overly worried.
Oh, I'm dead!
Oh. Okay, slightly more worried. Hey, Menaha, can you, maybe frenzy? Okay, I don't know what her stats are. That's okay.
Breathe, Uli. Still.
Were they made on Ansawu?
Cool. A little bit harder than I was expecting. Just a teensy bit.
Roak 10! For Tatoa!
Okay, that one's dead.
Don't even...
But maybe it is slowing.
I have them!
Maybe it is just slightly, infinitesimally slowing it down. Okay. Where are we going from here, actually? I think we're trying to get over to this side. Unless... Oh my god, there's a freaking door here. All right. We are saving. And I'll probably save again once I get down there for good measure.
But ready to take the oath. Spread the word of the gods. I wouldn't ask. If you do not, you will have greater powers than...
Osionis.
I'm ready to hear one from you.
Alright, we were supposed to walk this one, but I double speeded it, so we didn't actually listen to everything. Final boss time. You've come to a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with adra and trimmed with copper. At the far end, a great pillar of adra pierces the floor from below like a ragged spike, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Your thoughts are yours, and not yours, and they are all questions. At the base of the pillar stands Theos, a look of concern on his face as he notes your approach. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all others, spinning madly in your mind, but you don't dare ask it yet. You need some admission from him first, some hint of the veracity of your suspicion.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here?
Was Ayavara telling the truth?
That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
That machine behind you, what does it do?
It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it.
What is this place?
We are in a sanctum holy to Utica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
All these statues, who are they of?
They are monuments to Udica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day, but my work is not yet complete.
Was this entire Inquisition based on a lie?
The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
You are shaking now, having lost all patience for tact. No more evasions. You have to know. Everything you believed, everything you have done for the gods. Did you lie to me when you said the gods would absolve my sins? Theos says nothing. Are there no gods?
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked? Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
With Theos every words, you find yourself losing control of a boiling cauldron of rage and doubt and fear and hopelessness until you can take it no more. Are there no gods?
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months. You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
His eyes linger on you, and there is no mistaking the threat behind it, and your rage shrinks at the image of an iron wheel in your mind, monolithic and caked with dried blood of thousands. You do not ask your question again.
How did you find it?
I didn't. It was Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason.
She loved you.
Then she should have obeyed. I ask one thing of all my followers. She was incapable. A waste of rare talent and intellect.
Her talent and intellect were too great for her to live as your servant.
What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
We were being invaded. Not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the gods who are misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased. You have devoted yourself to studying the work of my people. Why?
I thought your people had much to teach us. That we too could create great machines, improve our ships, Make an empire as vast and impressive as yours ever was, built upon your secrets.
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you?
I know better. The Angwithans weren't an infallible race. They were never gods. Or you were never gods. All your petty experiments, your heinous crimes, your glorious achievements. You were just people, and your time came and went. Engwith is a lesson now, for those who remain.
You are living in the time of my people, Amawa. You owe them more than you will ever comprehend, and so it shall ever be. Greater civilizations than yours have attempted to reclaim what we buried. The greater their successes, the worse their fates in the end. I have seen to it.
Duran stares at Theos with a beast's snarl. Theos watches him calmly.
You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain. 11 of a dozen. Why not you? Were you somehow different? Redeemable in your god's sight?
Whatever desire I had to be redeemed in her eyes was weakness, purged by the Watcher's sight.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Theos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe, and I've come here now to see a foe repaid.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it. Without her hand to guide you, you could not strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox. I understand your Duke's bells gave you a mission.
Their orders do not absolve me of my greater responsibility to the safety and well-being of the Republics.
You might want to skip over this one, Theos. Don't want to pick a fight you can't win.
Yet you disobeyed. Something you already have a reputation for. They will know, of course. If it had been for a worthy cause, they might have forgiven you. But I don't see them pursuing animancy after seeing what it's done here. They trusted you, and you disappointed, as you always have. And you will again be disowned.
The parents scold, but the children are safe. Whether animancy research continues in the Republics or not, they will survive. For now, that's enough. In any case, I wouldn't be so smug about my fate, Theos. I imagine Woodica responds to disappointment much more severely than even my dukes.
Theos regards Menaha.
And the lost gift-bearer. You have been many things in this life, all because you fear what you really are.
I know what I am, and it's the searching that got me there.
But it was the promise of redemption that led you down that course. Where would you be if you thought all was lost?
What a pity. You must not think much of people if you feel like we're all so hopeless.
Or perhaps I have merely witnessed the alternative. You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives.
He directs his gaze at you.
I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
What do you know of our business, Theos?
You think your abilities only flow in one direction. That isn't how it works, I'm afraid. Not for me. For all that you saw of my soul in the sanitarium, I saw as much of yours.
Our business will conclude when you have told me all I wish to know.
I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You convinced me once that the gods would absolve me of my guilt. There is no one to absolve either of us of our crimes.
Guilt is a disease of the mind. If the mind no longer believes it is guilty, then that is as good as absolution. The heart of this country has skipped a beat, nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his rule, and replaced him with a cruel despot who brought them to ruin. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls.
This is supposed to diminish the damage you've done here?
It is to show the proper perspective. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes as a sign of their faith. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our god's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark.
You led them to overcome their nature.
No person can overcome his instincts by himself. Only with the aid of a god, someone he will respect and listen to, even against his every impulse, does he stand a chance. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power for themselves. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust.
I think you underestimate people, Theos.
For all my years, I have seen exactly what they are capable of. What the apostate asked was beyond any man. All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way.
Then you must be stopped.
You are not the first to say that. Nor will you be the last. As long as the cycle churns, my work will continue, unbroken. With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering. Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for aid.
I wonder if there's a way to talk Theos down.
Roak 10!
Great.
Okay, this is the hardest fight in the game. But, first of all, okay, Menaha, I want you to go after that, right over there.
Crave the healer. Healer.
Enough of it.
Okay. Okay. Symbol of Magrim, Hand of Wheel and Woe. So Sephi is now...
Lead the way.
I think Sephi needs to be healed, actually. So let's go ahead and heal her. Do we have a continuous heal? We have consecrated ground.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Okay, it's barely injured. Eder, how are you doing? Oh, you're doing fine.
I have
Your AC is preventing it from hurting you in any way.
This thing
That's
isn't
great.
doing the job.
Sorcery through.
Okay. Sephi?
What?
Go ahead and help. Are those antlers? I think they are. Hold up. Does Sephi have... Summons a swamp spore. That'll do.
That's on me.
Come on, guys.
Worth it.
Okay. Okay. Where is it? I need anti-confusion. Litany against afflictions. Paralyzed, petrified, stunned, terrified, weakened. Treachery. Charm, domination. Fantastic. That'll do. Alright. Now it's just chaos. Whoa. That ain't good. Okay, he was badly injured and now he's definitely not. That's definitely not good. Oh no. Hey Eder, you want to do a second win real quick? Yeah, you do. Do we have a resurrect? We should have a resurrect. Yeah, we do. Jesus, Theos just does an ass ton of damage.
Fiery horror of goddess.
He can't confuse us, which makes this fight a little bit easier, but it's not easy no matter how you look at it. Take the hit, Eder. Thank you. And... Oh god, I cannot control anyone else. Why can't I control anyone else? I think they all got confused, unfortunately.
Asian doesn't wake up. Attend to the priest!
Yep, I think they all got confused.
I'm ready.
I was sort of hoping that Theos might wait a little bit on that particular spell. This is fine now. We might still be able to get someone up. We'll see. I don't actually know how many things we have. I also forgot about Barring's Death Store. Everyone has at least one of them. Targets a single pallet. Yeah, everyone is down except for these last two. Palagina, do you have any way to resurrect anyone? I don't think you do. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of damage. He just hits like a train. Damn it. Kana. How much health? He's still barely injured. F! Okay, we're gonna have to try this again.
Arthek, Worth, and Roth! Rith Ulikna!
How long is Palagina still confused for? She's good now. Okay, can we in any way get someone up off the ground? Because I don't think we can.
Ready.
I don't think she got it up. Oh, no, she does. Okay, so she can't die for a little bit. And then we're going to swap her. Oh.
Beyond sea!
Is she feeding?
Arthek, Worth, and Roth!
Jesus, Theos.
Lavaru beyond sea!
There we go. Theos is a hell of a weird fight. Because he's actually tougher than the giants he summons. You wouldn't think that he would be, considering that he just goes into shell mode immediately, but nah. We very nearly killed him. I think I just need to focus a little bit more and just pile on spells and stuff.
Roak 10!
Oh, good.
Crit.
Alright. Eder, yeah, go fight him. Manaha, go fight that thing. And then I want to start casting as many buffs as we can. Which starts with the Hourglass spell. This one. Salvation of Time. Okay, the reason we're casting Salvation of Time is because oh Jesus, he very nearly killed her. Just flat out. Oh, and then she just died. Okay, great. What is doing that? Well, we have enough damage to kill them pretty quickly. Resurrection on her, please. Get her up. Thank you. And then let's get one party going. Prayer against treachery is 23 seconds. I'll have to cast that again later down the line.
This isn't what. For Takoa!
Go murder that thing.
Uh-huh. Just like old times.
Okay. Do we have prayer against treachery? We do not have prayer against treachery. Oh wait, we do for 4.6 seconds. I'm gonna go ahead and do that again.
Lava rolls beyond.
Close enough. We're just gonna make everyone really tanky, and as long as prayer against treachery doesn't go away, this should be enough. Cleansing flame would be a really good thing to put on him. So cleansing flame is slowly purging him of all of his buffs. I hope. No, never mind. It never actually ended up going off. That's great.
What? I have them.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Shield is what about treachery? Are they still... Yeah, they still got prayer of the treachery, but it's about to wear off. And I don't have any way to re-up the time on it. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to just heal the shit out of everyone and hope that if treachery occurs, we'll be fine. Oh, Sephi's actually just flat out dead. Okay, he's dead. Cool. At your feet rests the body of Theos, hollow, the dense wrinkles shaped by the silent shouldering of an eternal burden now smoothed across his color-drained face. His soul remains still for the moment, defenseless, its energy expended in defeat. It lies sprawled across his body like a death shroud.
All those lifetimes spent to preserve a single vital secret. I can't imagine having that much certainty.
That's the servant down, and the mistress still to go. A good start, worthy of being built upon.
In his own way, Theos must have truly believed he was caring for the people of Aora, protecting them from themselves. A shame his soul won't have a chance to reflect on his errors before it enters the wheel.
Some point, you have to look at the things your god is telling you to do. And ask yourself if it's worth it.
Can't help but feel sorry for him. To live so long without a fresh start, with no chance to wonder what's around the corner.
Explore Theos' soul. With a deep breath, you plunge into Theos' soul, and where in Brackenbury it had been a maze of narrow corridors and dead ends, now it is expansive and borderless, its walls crumbling into heaps like the ruins of Engwith as you pass through them. You travel for what seems like ages, rushing into a known destination, a memory you glimpsed once before. At last you see it, no more than a pinprick of light at the end of a long tunnel, expanding slowly at first, then quickly as you near. You come out in the room you are standing in now, but it is new and pristine and filled with people, thousands of them, all turned towards the great Adra pillar and the machine that encases it. Theos stands at the machine, and you are one with him now. You look out at the crowd, at faces of shriveled old men and cherub-cheeked little girls, at mothers bouncing infants to quiet them, and fathers clasping their children's restless hands and watching you with somber acceptance. A woman with tears in her eyes gives you a small nod. You turn back towards the machine, your breaths constricted beneath the weight of the unwanted knowledge, preparing yourself to set out alone on a journey without end. You close your eyes and open them again to find the machine still in front of you, beckoning. You take your place in front of it and place your hands upon a large mechanical disc at the base of the great crystal column and speak a single word. Giant rings creak to life, building speed, setting arrays of carved draconic mouths aglow and sending tremors through the platform beneath you. The entire room shakes now with the force of the accelerated machine. All sounds drowned out by its deep, deafening thrum. Brilliant tendrils of light arc outwards from the pillar in all directions, and you look over your shoulder to see them engulfing the crowd, burning them brightly like hot iron. One by one, the tendrils disappear, leaving ashen effigies where people once stood, many of them disintegrating into gray heaps under the stress of the tremors. You look above the Adra pillar, and a glowing spherical mass has begun to coalesce atop the column where the arcs converge. It grows and pulses, translucent and bulbous like some immense chrysalis, suspended in slow rotations as though it were being spun apart from the arcs of light. When the last arc disappears, the spectral mass hangs a moment, no longer rotating so bright you must shield your eyes with an outstretched hand, and it seems to you as though it is looking at you. You bow your head in acknowledgement, and look back up to see it melt into the pillar like warm candle wax. The pillar flares with a flash of light, bright as the sun itself, then fades to the darkness. The machine slows down to an abrupt halt, and when the last echo of its grinding cogs has passed, the chamber is still, and you are alone. From all sides, reality begins to bleed in through the memory, and you find yourself in your own skin once more, looking down on Theos' lifeless body. You sense a listlessness to Theos' soul, an overwhelming fatigue that hinders its immediate escape and makes it vulnerable to manipulation. You feel as though your victory has given you some kind of hold over it, and you are able to do with it as you please. I do not envy you, Theos. I, of all people, realize the sway memories can hold. It is time you were granted peace.
An end to doubt and certainty alike.
It is an ending, even if there is little justice in it.
You reach out for Theos' soul, and you can feel its frailty and defeat. Its texture like a coarse and threadbare cloth on the brink of disintegration. You insinuate yourself between the threads, pushing the weaving apart, unraveling the stitching until it is bereft of structure, a formless heap bound together by nothing at all. In its midst, you dedicate your focus to a single idea, and the idea is shatter. You concentrate, and as you concentrate, you feel a force building within your soul, an outward presence that's strange against containment, threatening to rupture your spirit. When you can contain it no more, you transfer it into Theos' soul all at once and release it there. A detonation of will that expands in all directions, driving out the remnants of his essence, scattering it into nothingness. You can feel his presence no more. In the stillness that follows, a single word echoes through your mind. A word you spoke when you were one with Theos in an ancient memory. You realize it is the word that activates the machine. And so ends Theos,
Fine.
the last
I'm
of the
here.
Inquithans. As you approach the machine, the path underfoot suddenly changes to a cobbled road. If you hadn't experienced visions like this already in Ter Evron, you'd be tempted to believe that the machine had sucked you into it and had deposited you in the middle of nowhere. The sun blazes overhead, and the rolling meadows and thick forests on either side of the road could be anywhere in Deerwood. A shrill cackle turns your head. Standing next to you is a malnourished man clad in a threadbare loincloth and manacles. His entire body is striped with lash marks, and there are scarred pits where his eyes and where his nose and ears should be. He stinks of stale sweat and unwashed filth. You notice someone wandering down the road, but the figure's back is to you. The scarred slave has your attention for now.
You once grew fat while others spent the currency of their lives in your service. I would gladly rend your back with a lash, taking interest for every drop of blood you spilt, every scrap of flesh you scarred. But my mistress would appeal to your sense of perspective, for you know that all things have their place. You have labored at the pleasure of others, that shriveled hag in Hadrit House, those preening soldiers with more taste for silk than steel, the wretched tribesmen playing out their fantasies of grandeur. And then you cowered and knelt before the gods themselves, begging one paltry favor and receiving riddles and visions in response. And now the gods give you orders and commands, even while you set out to fix what they cannot. Yet what have they offered you?
They offered us the means to stop Woodica and Deos. That's enough for me. Given the breadth of the Iron Manacle, it's amazing that he can raise his bone-thin arm. But he does, and he points to the person walking the other way along the road.
The exiled queen is not an ungrateful patron.
You get a better look at the lone figure and realize she's wearing robes, tattered and singed, but fine nonetheless. On her head is a silhouette of a broken crown. She continues walking, her pace slow but determined.
Finish the work Theos began. Strengthen Woodica with these souls and allow her to become the most powerful of all the gods, with you as her favored.
I've been working against Woodica this whole time. Why would she thank me now, after I've defeated her most loyal servant? Oh, someone, hold up. God damn it. Oh, hey, squad. I always forget. I always forget to do this. Streamer mode. Thank you. Turn it on. It's been a long time since I've seen you in here, squad. How are you doing? Also, I think I'm going to add Wasteland 3 to my list. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Gotta put quotes around it, otherwise it thinks it's Wasteland with 3 logs. There you go. I think I'm gonna add that. It's been a while since I've gotten it. Figure it's more than time enough to play it. Loyal and weak, Theos proved his inadequacy when he failed to anticipate you. A plan exposed is worse than none at all. But you have proven resourceful, equal to the schemes of gods. Boudica has a long memory, Watcher, for both friends and foes, and she keeps her oaths. What do you mean by her favored? The recipient of Boudica's blessings, she has always had a place for mortals of particular merit. If you help her now, she will become the most powerful of all the gods, and you will be the one who made her so. Think of the lifetimes of rewards you would reap. The only reward I wish is the joy of pulling bloody shards of her broken crown from my staff when I finish with her trial. Skane turns his flinty eyes on Durrance. So says your companion who's been abandoned by his own god. Do you really trust him to make alliances for you? Helping Boudica would mean that secrets of the gods stay hidden. He rubs his hands together, his black eyes gleaming. Safely hidden, yes, from the violent overlords who would cease to fear punishment in their next life. From the heavy-handed masters who would answer to no one. The world needs some schemes. Or are the souls of Kith so pure that you would snap the tenuous thread that binds society? Have caution, Sephi Merrigan. All schemers desire an ignorant multitude. Ukana's shoulders are set in a straight line, his expression grim. What they fear most is that we should know enough not to be content in our places. Skane takes a bundle at his feet and hefts the burden onto his back. I've explained the alternative, Watcher. Continue as a pawn of the gods or a partner of one. At the other end of the road, the figure stops. She turns her head just enough to look over her shoulder. Her face is mostly hidden, but one merciless eye peers at you from a cheek of rippled, scorched flesh. I won't help you.
You say that now, but when you're standing in front of the machine, considering the lifetimes and the powers that await you, we'll see what you do.
He continues down the road, and when the sun suddenly drops below the horizon, it plunges you into momentary darkness. You come to your senses in front of the machine. All these evils we've seen, going all the way to the Saints' War. That was all Boudica. Imagine if she was stronger on top of it all. Yeah, let's go with no. With your companions bearing witness, you step up to the place where Theos once stood before his people long ago. The great machine lies in front of you, idle, ready. You have seen this machine and others like it in operation. You understand how it works. It is a device for directing souls. As a watcher, it would be a simple matter to influence their direction. Though, as big as the machine is, it may be the last thing you ever do. There is a shrieking of stone grinding against stone as old cogs loosen and begin to turn. You have only moments before the souls will be sent into the Adravane. This will be your only chance at redirecting them. I'm going to disperse the souls to an unknown location. You close your eyes and expand your perception outward, taking in the immense totality of the tens of thousands of souls orbiting the chamber. Your grasp on the souls is tenuous. You find yourself fighting to keep them all within your influence, and you can feel them slipping away from you as the machine gains speed. A brief moment comes when it feels as though you hold all of them at once, and their force is so great it feels as though they will tear you apart. In that moment, you dedicate your entire being to bending their orbit, channeling their flow in a new direction.
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale, pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun and Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Deerwood than the one you had left. At your direction, the souls of the Hollowborn, long lost to the people of Deerwood, were sent to a place or places unknown for reasons as mysterious as the god who suggested it. No sooner had the mystery of their whereabouts been solved than it was renewed, a new riddle for someone yet to be revealed, or perhaps for no one at all. For the people of Deerwood, the question would linger as it always had, for even the truth was beyond belief. One day, the Hollow Births had stopped with as little explanation as they had started. For all their joy at the legacy's end, Deerwoodans would have to content themselves with their own theories as to the how and why of it all. But perhaps this was as well intended. The loss of the souls you had promised to Entropy would be no setback to Remergand, nor to Andra, for the Beast of Winter trudges ever forward, and the will of the Lady of Lament is as unstoppable as the tide. In Deerwood, the weather quickly chilled. Unseasonable frosts destroyed the year's harvests before giving way to the coldest winter in memory. Many who survived the famine would soon freeze to death in their own homes. The oceans proved no safer. A barrage of squalls pounded the harbors along the Deerwooden coast for months, sending many ships to be forever lost in the depths of Andra's domain, either mourned or forgotten, both to the lady's liking. Lord Radric's zeal had brought him back to life once, but it would not do so again. Radric's destruction at your hands spelled the end of his suffocating rule over Gilded Vale and the surrounding area. In his absence, the village prospered, becoming a popular destination for new settlers anxious to leave Defiance Bay after the riots. Without a nearby ruler, it also grew more wild, with many settlers moving on as soon as they'd arrived, turned off by lawlessness that was excessive even by Deerwooden standards. Nevertheless, despite the challenges of living there, Gilded Vale had survived, and would continue to survive for the foreseeable future. Following the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But order was soon re-established by the Knights of the Crucible, who, despite their depleted numbers, had gained favor in the public eye for their role in unraveling Widewind's legacy. They were quickly reinforced by returning forces from Fleetbreaker Castle. Having seen both the ills and the promise of animancy, Internally, the knights quietly began a more cautious exploration of the new science. Depleted in numbers, but bolstered by their newly forged stock of soul-augmented weaponry and a small contingent of forged knights, the Knights of the Crucible would soon become an order few in Defiance Bay would dare to cross. But the opportunity to build upon their newfound power proved too great a temptation for the High Justice. What was at first a measured approach to animancy soon gave way to a rapid buildup of armaments. The High Justice would eventually seize control of the city for his order and place Defiance Bay under indefinite martial law. Though the machine atop Ter Noaneth had been disabled, it had not seen its last use. Heritage Hill was rebuilt, and no sooner had the first families moved in to resettle the district than members of the Leaden Key, acting under standing orders from their Grand Master, climbed the tower and reactivated the machine. The initiates slew a handful of the new settlers under cover of night, and watched as history repeated itself, the victims reanimating and devouring the survivors. After this second incident, the district would remain abandoned. The Duke's assassination at the apparent hands of an Animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay, and few Animancers survived the first day. Many Deerwoodens took the end of Widewind's legacy as a sign, both that the gods did not approve of animancy, and that the purging of Animancers in Defiance Bay had been enough to satisfy them. In time, their rage would subside, and a number of surviving Animancers remained in and around Defiance Bay, often taking to the wilds to practice their science without repercussions. The town of Deerford had seen the last of the cult of Scan. Dark rumors about the town's many curses quickly faded, and travelers soon returned. Abidon's renewal brought new vigor and purpose to a god long known for quiet, steady labor. Handicraft saw a revival in the Deerwood, and no smith wanted for an apprentice. Additionally, Abidon's restored interest in preservation led to redoubled efforts to survey Engwithan ruins. Animancers and craftsmen alike found much to study, but tensions with Aer Glanfath rose. As for Stalwart, the Battle of Caeron's Scar only strengthened their resolve to unlock the mysteries of Durgan steel and build new marvels with the White Forge. However, Stalwart's ambitions brought them into further conflict with the Raid Serens, as more and more impoverished communities gathered at the border and vowed to finish the work of the Iron Flail. It would be many generations before the region saw peace. The Flames That Whisper clan found a cautious peace with Stalwart, particularly once the villagers heard of the aid the ogres had offered against the Eyeless. The clan moved back into the Russet Wood, and as Stalwart grew in prestige, the villagers formed a tighter alliance with their ogre neighbors. Within a generation,
Aw.
ogre traders visited Stalwart,
I'm so happy
and
about
village
that.
hunters were welcome in the Russet Wood. Harmka's death had brought the Devil of Carrick little satisfaction. In time, her taste for vengeance soured. What replaced it was a hunger to feel something, anything, new. Summer had thinned the snowpack twice over when she felt the joint at her elbow first begin to stiffen. She turned her back on the hopes of animancy and civilization and walked east. She pushed through the mountains, past Raid Ceres, and into the broad plains of Ishamiddle. She had forgotten what it was like to simply journey, no goal or destination in mind. Though she felt nothing more than the steady thump of her feet on the road, the endless horizons and grassy meadows were new to her. She measured her time in the gradual rusting of her body and was satisfied. Her movements slowed, but so did the world around her. Waist-high grasses undulated and tacked in the wind, as gradual as the tides. Sparrows and blackjays made steady pilgrimages across the sky, each flap of their wings a solemn salute. She could hardly move when she found something she had never seen before, the ocean. With the last of her strength, she pulled herself beneath the water, content at last to feel the movement of currents and the constant caress of the waves. Once Maneha had made peace with her memory, She decided the time had come to face her more recent past. For the first time in decades, she returned home to Rawatai, and she found that it had changed as much as she had. New districts had sprung up along the coast, while others withered into crumbling husks, and the streets had changed their course as surely as rivers. Her parents wept with joy at her return. They still ran the old spice shop, and in its many aromas and flavors, she found memories of the places she'd traveled and the people she'd known. She told her story, bottle by bottle, and began to build a life on the soil she knew best. The fortress of Cadnua emerged as a bastion of security in the midst of an untamed land, becoming the envy of every thane and earl in Deerwood. Legend grew over time of its impregnability, and stories of formidable invaders easily scattered by the keep's defenses became popular around the hearths of Deerwoodinians. Likewise, it also became a beacon to travelers, merchants, and visiting dignitaries alike. Reputed as the finest fortress in all Deerwood, people would journey from near and distant lands alike to experience its fabled hospitality and grandeur. The Audra dragon known as the Master Below, her soul now housed in the body of the huntress Fallen Roet, passed out of Deerwood in relative anonymity, her final destination unknown, even to herself. She was last seen in the port town of Rhodes End, boarding a ship, an Audra talisman glowing about her neck. Palagina had gone against the Duke's Bell's orders by inventing a new trade arrangement with the Anamenfath to accommodate the recovering Deerwooden market. With the Deerwood's people still weakened by Weidman's legacy, the Valian republics easily pushed their would-be competitors out of the market. For her outrageous insubordination and audacity, Palagina was banished from the republics. She traveled north in the Eastern Reach, avoiding Valian ports and entering the ranks of the kind wayfarers. Despite her bravery and dedication to those in her care, her strange appearance made her feel like an outsider wherever she went. Adair chose not to return home to Gilded Vale. Still most comfortable far from cities, he settled in Deerford, which, like many towns in the Deerwood, was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Believing now that it was the obligation of Kith to be the leaders their gods had not, Adair was soon named mayor of the town, and under his guidance, Deerford soon began to prosper. He expelled the last of the Scanites from the area, and drew new settlers with the offer of land, a trick he had learned from someone he otherwise preferred to forget. With each passing day, Deerford would come to more closely resemble the Gilded Vale of Adair's childhood, the one worthy of its name. When the dust settled in sun and shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ixarchanon, his former master. He saw where the Grand Master had gone wrong, and what would be required to undo the harm Theos had wrought. With a flick of his wrist, he burned Theos's robe, headdress, and every other symbol of the man's power. Never again, he vowed, should Kith live in fear and blind obedience to an authority they did not understand. Armed with the knowledge and courage he had gained on his journeys with the Watcher, he set out on the long and lonely task of dismantling the Leaden Key. With the Watcher's goals accomplished and his own vows fulfilled, Kanorua sailed back toward Rawatai, thinking on the lessons his travels had provided him. By the time he landed at Tekoa, he understood what his path must be. Standing before the Lore College, Kanorua explained that the tablet he sought had been destroyed, and so a true interpretation of the Tonvi Oratoa could no longer exist. The people of Rawatai would have to create their own. He described the many strange things he had seen in his travels, and announced his intent to pursue the accumulation of knowledge abroad, seeking answers to new questions. True to his word, Kana soon set sail on yet another expedition, and in Tekoa, his passionate accounts inspired many to follow in his footsteps. With Theos defeated and the souls released from sun and shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood, and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. Durrance used Magrin's strength only until Theos had been cast from the world, and then swore off her influence entirely. Regret came to weigh heavily on his mind, and a man who had never previously lacked for words or opinions came to embrace silence and contemplation. He continued to wander, penniless and destitute, searching now not for the reason for his goddess's silence, but for a mechanism for revenge. The charred robes he continued to wear as a reminder that he had been burned by his goddess, and not just by the flames of the Godhammer. Sagani experienced the 4 months of her journey back to Masuk in vivid colors. She strove to memorize every moment of her final trip through the Deerwood, Erglonfoth, the Valian Republics, and beyond, preparing to tell her village of what she had seen on her long journey. All of Masuk shared in her triumph, and she felt her pride and elation magnified by the joy of her village. Never again did she doubt the value of her sacrifices. After decades as a long hunter, Sagani finally became one of Masuk's most respected elders. She guided her community with wise counsel, and a generation after she finally passed, another huntress journeyed into the world to find her soul. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions, and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.
All right, that was the ending for Pillars of Eternity 1. Now to start Pillars of Eternity 2! With that exact same save file. So all of those endings of the characters, yeah, just forget about those for now. Don't worry about them. Hey, Paper Dupless, how you doing? I'd say that we did pretty well. I finished almost every quest in the game. Except for 2 quests that I couldn't do. One of which I actually couldn't do, because I may have bricked it. And the other one I just didn't bother. Finally playing Outer Wilds, nice. How far in are you at this point? You've just reached the part where you're finally probably stumped. Have you explored all the planets at this point? That's the second time I've seen all of that. All right. Gonna go ahead and close that. And start this. If you've gotten to the vessel, then you should be able to punch the coordinates in. No, the thing that you're missing, I think, now is the whatever the battery is that powers the vessel's jumps. Also, looking forward to Avowed. Looking so forward to Avowed. Alright. I'm gonna try turn-based, and we'll see how I like it. Classic? What is the difference? Yeah, if you can figure out how to get to the inside the Ashton project, then you're good. Do you require a hint? Because there is a very notable hint. You would not turn down a hint? Okay, so you know how ages ago they mentioned the teleportation for the Ashwin planets? It was like teleporting from one planet to the other is not required because they're considered the same planet. There is one teleporter that is broken on the Sand Twin. If you can figure out how to get through that teleporter, then you should have everything you need. I will tell you right now that it does take a little bit of finagling, but you will eventually figure it out. And that should give you all the information you need to finish the game. It's actually not about how to repair it because it technically functions. It's just that it only functions at a very specific point in time. But yeah, that's the hint I'm giving you. Oh yeah. The music is too loud. Okay, hold up. Sound. Music volume. Let's just turn that down a bit. What are the minis that you are attempting to make, Desolana? I think I'm gonna go with classic, honestly. I don't want to do Trial of Iron or Expert mode. Those are both fine. I'm just gonna keep the level scaling turned off.
Aora. A world where mortals live, die, and are reborn through the turning of the wheel. The cycle of reincarnation watched over by the gods, and made possible through pillars of a mystical substance known as Audra. 5 years ago, you traveled from your home to the Deerwood. A nation that had waged war against the incarnated god of light, Aethys, resulting in his destruction. The country suffered from a plague of Hollowborn, infants born without souls, that many believed was punishment for killing a god. In an ancient, secluded ruin, you witnessed a secret ritual that inadvertently transformed you into a Watcher. One who can see and speak with souls. The ritual also gave you horrible visions, waking nightmares of a past life that threatened your sanity. To put them to rest, you pursued the man who had led the ritual, a seemingly immortal agent of the gods, known as Theos Ix Arcanon. With divine assistance, you confronted and defeated Theos, ending your visions and resolving the Hollowborn crisis. In so doing, you also learned the great secret that Theos had protected. That the ancient empire of Anguith had transformed themselves into gods. Your visions finally put to rest, you retired to the castle of Cadnua, built atop a massive statue of pure Audra, where you ruled in relative peace and prosperity.
Made a nice story. You fixing up that old keep? Lifting the curse? Must have told it 100 times. But something got to gnawing at me. Thinking the spirits there weren't really at rest. That maybe the gods weren't finished with us. My God came back. He would forgive us. Last the trouble with dreams. Sooner or later, we all have to wake up.
So you wake to a sleepless world, the in-between of life and death. Follow your memories. You have been here before.
Okay, this is a really cool opening.
You have seen past the shroud. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
A watcher sees souls, knows their pasts, and the souls see them back.
A dubious honor, inheriting a fortress both broken and cursed.
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked?
The gods aren't real, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you?
Let the world see. Let them decide what to do.
The wheel has turned again, Watcher. Come.
Oh. Okay, I'm already enjoying this opening. This is really cool. You actually get to see the resurrection.
An aged dwarf shares this strange floating platform with you. His face is creased by so many wrinkles that his features lie buried amid shadowy pockets of skin. Still, the dwarf's well-practiced habits have left telltale tracks of a welcoming rictus across his visage. You can see his smile coming before it blooms, reshaping the dwarf's face from a hanging sack of flesh into something resembling an oddly carved, merry gourd, replete with unhealthy bumps and discolored splotches.
Can I talk to you?
The creases of the dwarf's face tighten into a smile as he gives you a courteous nod.
Oh, is this... This is one of the gods. The one of reincarnation. I just noticed we're walking on tombstones.
Sit. Please.
She is also that same
Sit.
god.
Please. Thank you for joining us, Watcher of Cadnua.
The gaunt woman.
The gaunt woman seated at the table is clad in time-worn black armor that seems too massive for her to move in.
Fantastic. I don't have to read shit.
A pale, slender neck rises from the gorget, topped by a hollow face. The milky skin stretched across it is delicate and translucent, like parchment that has been scraped clean too many times. She is preoccupied with the arrangement of cards on the table between you. With each movement, her armor squeaks and groans as though bearing an incredible weight. She places a final card, gives a nod of satisfaction, and raises her eyes to meet yours.
Your brush with the divine has drained you of your powers, fractured your memories. Look upon these cards. They represent the courses of your life. You alone know best how they flowed. Arrange them to fit what you remember.
Examine the cards to choose your legacy. I'm going to import that Pillars of Eternity 1 save. Thank you very much. I did not spend like 150 plus hours working on that save not to use it. Give it a moment. It might take a couple. Everything is bad. Benevolent soul. Okay, these are the what you did with the souls at the end, I think. Everything bad is Skane, and Wudica. Keeper of Secrets is Wild, which is the ending I chose. Oh god, this is taking a while. I hope this doesn't do too bad. Hold up. Oh no, Pillars of Eternity too. Why? Why would you do this? Gonna wait for the program to respond and hope. Your bees are hot, but not too hot, and you'll be checking on them this evening when it's cooler. It's a lot better than yesterday. It's not as humid as yesterday, so I'm not sweating as much, which is great. And it actually feels sort of cool while I've got the window open. Okay, hold up. I'm looking this up. Because this seems bad. Pillars of Eternity 1, what the hell? Interesting. Apparently I might need to copy the save from Pillars of Eternity 1 to Pillars of Eternity 2. Because the import is notoriously buggy. One moment, just double checking, making sure that this is an actual solution. Okay, first of all, I'm going to close the program and we'll try it one more time. And we'll see exactly what happens. If I have to import it, then import it manually, then I will import it manually, but I would like to give the game a chance to do so. Mostly because I want to see what the intro is. Oh, come on. I'm gonna choose real time with pause and see if that has anything to do with it. Probably won't, but you never know.
Aora. A world where mortals live, die.
I'm gonna skip this.
Made a nice story.
And so you
Fixing
wake
up that
to a
old
sleepless world,
Lifting the curse.
the in-between of life and death. Follow your memories. You have been here before.
What happens if I go this way? Screw you. I'm leaving. Okay, apparently that's as far as I can go. Fine. Fine.
You have seen past the shroud. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
A watcher sees souls, knows their pasts, and the souls see them back.
A dubious honor, inheriting a fortress both broken and cursed.
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked?
The gods aren't real, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
Man, imagine someone playing.
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you?
And just hearing all of this and getting spoiled for the entire end of the game.
Let the world see. Let them decide what to do.
The wheel has turned again, Watcher. Come.
An aged dwarf shares this strange floating platform with you. His face is creased by so many wrinkles that his features lie buried amid shadowy pockets of skin. Still, the dwarf's well-practiced habits have left telltale tracks of a welcoming rictus across his visage. You can see his smile coming before it blooms, reshaping the dwarf's face from a hanging sack of flesh into something resembling an oddly carved, merry gourd, replete with unhealthy bumps and discolored splotches.
All right.
Sit. Please. Thank you for joining us, Watcher of Cadnua.
A pale, slender, she's pretty.
Your brush.
Import. Aha!
Does everything appear to be in order?
Yes.
Good. Welcome to the Beyond. I am Bera. One half, anyway.
She points a finger in the direction of the dwarf who led you here. Though the movement is slight, her gauntlet squeaks like a rusty hinge. The dwarf's rictus returns as he nods in the woman's direction. The gods offered you boons in exchange for resolving the Hollowborn crisis. What did you do with the souls?
I dispersed the souls randomly.
Tell me, do you remember when we last met?
I spoke with the other gods in the Hall of Stars and pledged myself to them.
You did.
She places a card on the table, showing a tall tower with the gods' constellations arrayed around it in the sky. She places a card in the middle of the arrangement, a bell tower with no bell. Her fingertips slowly drag away from the card, faintly creaking as they retreat across the table.
You had need of the gods once before. Now it seems we have need of you. The being that occupied Odnua's statue beneath your castle was the dead god, Aothus. Of this we are certain. What we do not know is what his intentions are. Though Aothus stole a large fragment of your soul, you were strong enough to survive the onslaught and enter the in-between.
Hey, Somek. Just starting up Pillars of Eternity 2. How are you doing? The in-between, that's a new term for me. The in-between refers to the shadow world that souls briefly wander after death on their way to the beyond. It has been described as a hazy landscape, empty but for the glow of other souls, Adra, and Watchers. This is the space that Watchers peer into when they observe and speak to lost souls and fragments. Even the gods cannot reach it.
You and he are still connected. He has chosen a body made of living Adra, perfused with the power of thousands of souls, including yours. It should be little difficulty for an experienced Watcher to find him.
Am I dead?
No. But neither is your body truly alive. Your lungs draw breath, your heart pumps blood, but your flesh is as soulless as a Hollowborn. That is, until I return you.
She delicately places a card upright on the table. The art depicts souls flowing out of a pillar of Adra.
I've had enough of dealing with the gods. All of you. Why should I care about any of this?
Did you care for the souls of the Deerwood who clung to you as they stumbled blindly through the in-between? You are a beacon to all of the lost, Watcher. Your soul gleams as brightly to them as Adra itself.
For a moment, there is a glint in the blackness of her eyes. A flash of wondrous recollection.
Okay, I love this voice acting. One of my major criticisms for the original Pillars of Eternity was that they did a half-assed job at voice acting everything. Not that the voice acting was bad, it was just that they only voice acted a line or two every now and then, and not even of the same consistent character.
Those who have fallen in Aothus's wake are trapped inside him still. If you will not help them, who will? Of course, if that doesn't convince you, I can always return you to the wheel and find someone else to pursue him.
It doesn't matter how much you threaten me. I'm not doing this.
Unfortunate. This will prove much more difficult without someone of your unique talents and circumstances.
She raises her gauntleted hand and gestures to the dwarf hovering at the periphery.
Made of Frankenstein's monster? What did you do? How badly did you screw up oatmeal?
The dwarf nods, the supernaturally wide smile returning to his face. He gestures for you to follow him.
Okay, let's go.
No sooner has Bareth spoken than you feel yourself dissolve. It is not an unpleasant sensation, something between falling asleep and drifting on a warm current. Your essence is pulled through the Adra, where it mingles with the stuff of thousands of other souls. Your thoughts, your memories, even your identity as the Watcher, fade like a dream. Eventually, your soul reforms and finds its way into a small, crawling thing of fur and claws. You know the world by sound and scent, as food and danger. The concerns of gods and nations are beyond you. It is a simple and satisfactory existence, though your mind can conceive of no other. Whether it is a long one will depend upon the Watcher Bareth chooses in your stead.
Oh. Short game. Okay, everyone, this has been Pillars of Eternity 2. I'm not sure why it had me choose between turn-based and real-time with pause. I think we'll just go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you, everyone. Great game. Fantastic voice acting. I love these experimental fake RPGs. Yeah, like, can you imagine the extra effort that they went to make you think that there was, like, turn-based and, like, full-on voice acting? And then you realize there's only voice acting for the first, I don't know, 20 minutes, because there's only 20 minutes. Okay, well, let's be honest here. That was really good. It made me think that there was going to be a full game, and I think it says a lot for itself that it put its best foot forward. I'm just screwing with you. Of course, we're going to say yes. I appreciate that they even gave you the option to say no, though. That's funny. Okay, we're just gonna run that through. Pillars of Eternity 2 is a game about you saying no to the first main quest and then promptly ending the game. Alright, let's try that again. So, Mac, have you heard of this game? Or tried these out? I quite like Pillars of Eternity 1. We just finished off the final boss of that and saw the ending of it again. And that was very good. It was very, very good. Just as good as I remember.
Aora. A world where mortals live, die, and are reborn through the turning of the wheel. The cycle of reincarnation watched over by the gods, and made possible through pillars of a mystical substance
intro play
known as Adra.
Just for everyone who hasn't seen it yet.
5 years ago, you traveled from your home to the Deerwood. A nation that had waged war against the incarnated god of light, Aethys, resulting in his destruction. The country suffered from a plague of Hollowborn. infants born without souls that many believed was punishment for killing a god. In an ancient, secluded ruin, you witnessed a secret ritual that inadvertently transformed you into a Watcher. One who can see and speak with souls. The ritual also gave you horrible visions, waking nightmares of a past life that threatened your sanity. To put them to rest, you pursued the man who had led the ritual, a seemingly immortal agent of the gods, known as Theos Ix Arcanon. With divine assistance, you confronted and defeated Theos, ending your visions and resolving the Hollowborn crisis. In so doing, you also learned the great secret that Theos had protected. That the ancient empire of Anguith had transformed themselves into gods. Your visions finally put to rest, you retired to the castle of Cadnua, built atop a massive statue of pure Audra, where you ruled in relative peace and prosperity.
Made a nice story. You fixing up that old keep? Lifting the curse? Must have told it 100 times. But something got to gnawing at me. Thinking the spirits there weren't really at rest. That maybe the gods weren't finished with us. My God came back. He would forgive us. Last the trouble with dreams. Sooner or later, we all have to wake up.
So you wake to a sleepless world.
You microwaved it too
The
long.
in-between of life and death.
Okay.
Follow your memories. You have been here before.
We have been here before. Approximately 2
You
times.
have seen past the shroud. You are a Watcher now, and a Watcher you will stay.
Also, so
A
if
Watcher
you haven't seen this,
sees souls,
you tried to play Pillars of
knows
Eternity,
their pasts,
ran like
and the
crap.
souls see them back.
Shame. Good game. Easily among my top.
A
top
dubious
favorites for
honor,
long
inheriting
RPGs.
a fortress both broken and cursed.
You know, I don't think that any game other than Pillars of Eternity 2 could have brought
What
the
is
CRPG
a
genre
god?
back as much as it did.
A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked?
Like, it's a brilliant game.
The gods aren't real, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
Spoilers, by the way.
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you?
Let the world see. Let them decide what to do.
The wheel has turned again, Watcher. Come.
Yeah, overly microwaved oats is not a great thing. I just boil some water and use that.
An aged dwarf shares this.
Okay, let's get through this because we've all heard it before. And we're gonna go talk to Barath again. Barath is traditionally two entities that are the same entity. And if that's confusing, then yeah, there's a lot of that with Barath.
Sit. Please.
What about PoE3?
Thank you for joining us, Watcher of Cadnua.
The gaunt woman seated at the table is clad in time-worn black armor that seems too massive for her to move in. A pale, slender neck rises from the gorget,
did I name it wrong?
topped by a hollow face. The milky skin stretched across it is delicate and translucent, like parchment that has
yes,
been
you were right.
scraped clean too many times.
Thank you for telling me. That was a mistake on my part. Corrected. Okay. Now then, let's attempt to do this without the game crashing
She's
or me choosing the
preoccupied
wrong
with the
option.
arrangement of cards on the table between you. With each movement, her armor squeaks and groans as though bearing an incredible weight. She places a final card, gives a nod of satisfaction, and raises her eyes to meet yours.
Your brush with the divine has drained you of your powers, fractured your memories. Look upon these cards. They represent the courses of your life. You alone know best how they flowed. Arrange them to fit what you remember.
Yeah, it wouldn't be coming from me, Sasha, though I would love to be the one announcing Pillars of Eternity 3. I think that the closest we're going to get, though, is Avowed. I may want to turn the game down. In terms of audio or like which audio volumes? Music, sound effects, dialogue.
Does everything appear to be in order?
Yes.
Good. Welcome to the Beyond. I am Barath. One half, anyway.
She points a finger in the direction of the dwarf who led you here. Though the movement is slight, her gauntlet squeaks like a rusty hinge. The dwarf's rictus returns as he nods in the woman's direction. The gods offered you boons in exchange for resolving the Hollowborn crisis. What did you do with the souls?
Well, I sure as fuck didn't give them to Rimmergan. I just
Tell me, do you remember when we last met?
Yes. I spoke with the gods in the Hall of Stars and pledged myself to them.
You did.
She places a card in the middle of the arrangement. A bell tower with no bell. Her fingertips slowly drag away from the card, faintly creaking as they retreat across the table.
Okay, I'm gonna have to finish this conversation then and alter it. Oh God, I swear it is the hardest thing to keep a consistent volume on a microphone. Like, unreasonably hard. Unless Elsa has gone and changed my microphone inputs again, which that wily feline could probably do that.
You had need of the gods once before. Now it seems we have need of you. The being that occupied Odnua's statue beneath your castle was the dead god, Aothus. Of this we are certain. What we do not know is what his intentions are. Though Aothus stole a large fragment of your soul, you were strong enough to survive the onslaught and enter the in-between. You and he are still connected. He has chosen a body made of living Audra, perfused with the power of thousands of souls, including yours.
Yeah, you're right, Sasha.
It should be little difficulty for an experienced watcher to find him.
Yeah, usually I take a look at how high I go on the bars. Oh, wow, it is actually really low right now. Yeah, usually I take a look at how loud the voice is before I start. The problem is that there's a lot of times where, for some strange reason, the volumes on my inputs seem to change, and I'm not sure what causes them. It's either a Windows update, or a cat messed with a thing, or a cat messed with a thing, or, I don't know, something else. It's usually a cat messed with a thing. Ugh. It'd be a lot easier if I actually had a better input as well. But since I'm routing everything through a Focusrite, then sending that to a mixer, let's just say that I only have one volume control, and it's the Focusrite. And the Focusrite is the only thing that's not supposed to change, but I find myself changing it a lot anyway. Okay, am I dead?
No. But neither is your body truly alive. Your lungs draw breath, your heart pumps blood, but your flesh is as soulless as a hollowborn. That is, until I return you.
She delicately places a card upright on the table. The art depicts souls flowing out of a pillar of Audra.
Then let's get on with it.
Good. Before you return to Aora as my herald, you must remember who you were, the last whisper of life in death.
For a moment, the sockets of her eyes darken, leaving the pits of a death's head gazing out at you.
When you can picture your own face, the Beyond will lead you back to your own kind, to the world of mortals.
F. Are we doing character creation? I'm importing a character, thank you. Wait. Wait, hold up. None of these are mine. Where are these coming from? She's a pre-made character. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna stick with Sephi. So, Kat, I hear you in the background. What are you doing? Female. We're sticking with elf. Specifically pale elf. I believe I was single class because I was a chanter. Oh wow. What happened to my lore bonuses? Do we not have lore anymore? Or have they been moved? Or they've been split into multiple abilities, I guess? Okay, what is the ability tree? Oh wow. Okay, that's too much for me to look at. I'm just gonna stick with what I had. We'll deal with that later. Okay, subclasses. Neither additional class benefits or penalties. Summon twice the number of creatures. Ooh, we could do a summoner build this time around. That'd be fun. I was mostly a debuff chanter before. A Bellor? A brief bonus to power level based on the number of held phrases. Invocations consume all remaining phrases. Chant radius is reduced. Huh. I think Skald was more or less what I was playing as before. Huh. You know what? Sure. We can go ahead and do this. So how is your day going, Sasha? Welcome, welcome to the campgrounds, where we are totally professional, and I have not restarted this opening 3 times at this point. Invocation. Invocation. Okay. Oh, I see, we get 1. Oh, I assume you live somewhere much farther away than me at this point. Yes, we did achieve a complete playthrough in about 20 minutes. Paper Dupless can totally can attest to this. He is my witness. Best speedrun time ever. Actually, speedrun times for these would probably be considerably lower than 20 minutes. So we've got Constitution as recommended. Okay. I assume it takes more above a certain point. Nope, I can. Okay, cool. I will push that up to 16. Increases damage to all amounts, dexterity. Keep dexterity fairly high. I want hostile effect duration. Oh, sorry. Area of effect is really good for chanters. I think that's good. So here's the deal with Resolve. Resolve is, unless it's changed, it's also the stat that's used for, what do you call it, most speech checks. Yeah, probably. I'm wondering if I should dump some more stats into Resolve or something. Yeah, you're talking about like just having might. Like you've got some really mighty wizards because it affects all of your damage output too. Yeah, I remember that. That was definitely a weird thing. It makes sense though. Using the same stat for both magic and melee. Especially since it doesn't affect durability in any way. Well, it gives you +2 to fortitude, so I think I will put some more points into Resolve. I don't want to absolutely destroy any of my current abilities, like put them down to 5 or anything, because I know how bad that goes in this game. You end up getting confused by literally anything. Okay. That'll do. Oh, okay. Where are we from? I'm literally just remaking my character from the first game, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. We are from The White That Wins, because I could not import that character, strangely. I played the original. And I was an aristocrat. With an emphasis on two-handed, not greatswords. Yes, greatswords. Spotting is not based on your mechanic skill. Do they add another skill to use? In this one, it's only the perception stat. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for telling me that. Actually, okay, we get 2 proficiencies. Shields. I was proficient with greatswords in the first one. I actually appreciate that you can choose proficiencies before you start this time. I'm gonna get a crossbow, I think. I'm not really looking into stats right now because I'm more just looking to make sure that I am playing this the same way that I would have. And we are carrying on with the original character design. Hey, we even have our original portrait. Fantastic. What do we get to choose our name? Also, do we have duh as a voice option? Is my name Watcher? Our name is Steffi Merrigan. If I have anything to say about it.
My eyes are peeled.
Not a sound.
I'm flattered.
Yeah! You're mine!
Quick and quiet.
Yeah? I'll lead the way.
Finish them!
Silence surrounds me. Yes?
Charge!
Liking Mystic right now.
The better part of valor.
Leading the way. Kill them all!
They won't see us coming.
Yes?
Show them how it's done.
Easy does it. Yeah? I got this.
Welcome,
I got
welcome,
this.
That Dude Guilty. You are joining us for a continuation of the first playthrough. Okay, that's just great.
Keeping quiet.
Let me hear that again.
Huh? Follow me. Let's go.
Nice and slow.
Yeah? Follow me.
Okay, in honor of the first voice that I chose, that'll do. Where the heck do I put my name? Ah, there we go. Who would have thought? I don't even know if that build's good. I'm just
Go forth now, Watcher, as
seeing
my
how it's
herald.
changed.
Know that I do not give you this title lightly. When the time comes, you will have the power to reveal the souls that cling to you, to open the gateway from the in-between to the waking world. Find Aethys. Learn his plans. When I have cause to talk to you, I will summon you.
I kind of wish that they'd kept the whole Aethys thing just as a mystery. I felt like it was a lot stronger as the red herring of the first game.
With a quick gesture of her hand, you feel a sharp pain in what would be your chest. The pain continues, intruding deeper into your soul. Looking down, you see a small lump of darkness roiling within you. The darkness lingers there, but the pain abates and fades entirely within the span of a few seconds.
A chime. Do not fear, Herald. It will not harm you unless you choose to cross me. I trust it will not come to that.
Her gauntleted hand gestures to the dwarf, hovering nearby. The dwarf nods, contorts his face with his odd smile, and gestures to a new door.
Woo! Alright, second playthrough, here we come. Also, for those who are wondering about me mentioning the second playthrough, our first playthrough was I said no, and then got reincarnated as a tiny furry thing. And then the game ended, and credits rolled. So that's my first playthrough. So this is technically my second playthrough. Oh, is that my body? I'm gonna guess that's my body. Oh, right, I should also change the volume settings. Right? 20 minutes. Personal best.
The return to your body feels like waking after a fitful drunken sleep. The rocking of the ship sends pain jolting through your limbs. Crashing waves hammer inside your skull. Adair watches over your body with a glazed look, taking long, even tokes from his pipe. At the first movement of your chest, he starts. His gasp, mid-puff, sends him coughing and straining for breath.
No, there's no way. You're awake. What are you doing awake? How are you feeling?
Who are you?
Me? You don't remember?
Adair points at his face, which he seems to be arranging into his most recognizable expression. Receiving no response, He shrugs.
I'm the captain of this boat. And I was real big back in Deerwood. Had this keep called Cadnua. I was famous.
Of course.
And I was what you'd call a watcher. I'd go around talking to dead folks and creeping out just about everyone who saw.
He holds up his hands with fingers curled to mimic claws.
You're just some farmer. Likes to follow me around. Take most of the beating for me when we get attacked. Don't worry, it'll all come back.
Very funny.
Ah, see? You remember. Anyway, you didn't answer my question. How you feeling?
Edgar's the best. I'm in a lot of pain.
That might have been me. I've been slapping you a little harder each day, trying to wake you. I never dreamed it'd work.
Adair stares with disbelief at what would likely be his slapping hand, examining both sides. He shrugs.
Well, you owe me.
I hate to cast a pall over your recovery, but I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
Oh wait, that's the steward from Cadnua. I didn't know that she could be removed from Cadnua. That's interesting.
The voice echoes from inside the bust. The remains of the steward of Cadnua.
Cadnua has been destroyed. Aethys possessed the statue of Maros Nua and rose from the ground, consuming the souls of all nearby. It is only by the exceptional strength of your soul that you survived. And even then, just barely. The further Aethys withdrew, the weaker you became. We chartered this ship and followed him to the Deadfire Archipelago. I know not how, but it seems he has retained a piece of your soul, and proximity to it has brought you back.
I'm aware.
How could you know all that? You've been faking on us.
He pokes at your shoulder with one finger.
Misfortunes brewing topside, Magrans fires the captain stirs.
An older man with ale-sour breath rubs his bloodshot eyes and stares at you.
Engrim, the smell of drink on your breath could wake the very dead. Now what's this about?
Pirates. They're demanding parley with you, Captain.
Okay.
I know this is asking a lot, but you better arm yourself and get on deck. Should be some gear in there.
He indicates a nearby wardrobe.
Oh. Right, I got so used to reading all the gray text that now I don't have to read all the gray text. It's so weird.
All right, now make some use of it.
All right. Yeah, this looks more or less like me.
The pirates of Deadfire are notorious. I suggest you deal with them quickly.
Well, what have we here? A little sloop? Lost and alone in the storm?
Oh, you're not going to narrate him? Okay. A surly, brutish-looking captain stands stiff back before his crew. He scowls as he assesses you, his hair whipping about his ears in the wind.
I'll be taking your ship now, if you don't mind. And especially if you do.
Well, at least he asked.
I am a gentleman of fortune.
The captain shrugs at retreating grain before hitting you with a slow, murderous grin.
Give her up easy, and I'll see you get a swift death. It'll be bloody and agonizing, sure. But at least it'll be quick.
As if I would ever surrender to a common pirate.
Who says I'm common? You've got the honor of being plundered by the fourth highest ranking pirate in the Principe. Listen up, mates.
He cracks his neck as he addresses his crew.
I'm off to spear me a bigger fish. One with sharper teeth like. I'm trusting you lot not to cock this up. Don't damage the sloop when you take it. Play with the crew if you'd like, but don't bring me any prisoners. None that are alive.
You heard, Bedwith! After him!
Okay. Okay, this will be interesting. I've never seen the turn-based combat. So do I just... Ah! Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. We're going... This was a poor idea. I never claimed to be smart. So my idea right now is that we are going to kill all of the people over here and just slowly move up the ship. And murder as we go.
Defend the ship!
Okay. What abilities do we have again? You're a chanter. Oh no, someone's dead. It's an awkward place to die. When do I get my turn again? Oh, it's my turn now. Okay, fantastic. Stabby, stabby. This is admittedly very weird, having played turn-based with pause for a very long time. And already I can say I don't really like this. It's so slow. Oh no. Where did I go? This way? Oh. Stabby, stabby. I might... Okay, does anyone know if I can switch it back and forth between the two? Oh my god, look at how slow they die. Right, I have a crossbow. What am I doing?
Storm's picking up! Take cover!
So, wait, Spyro just dropped his crew off, like, you know, dropping your kids off for school? And I guess he would just come back later? You defeated the pirates, but you're not out of trouble yet. The storm picks up, lashing your ship and driving you dangerously close to a rocky shore. The Defiant is a ship purchased with the last of the Admiral's riches. It has borne you from the eastern reach to the Dead Fire. The Defiant's crew hurries to reduce sail and batten down the hatches. They work quickly, but the ship is still listing heavily. Just then, a loose crate tumbles towards you, gathering speed on the rain-slicked deck. It misses you, but knocks Chichipek, one of your deckhands, off his feet. The Defiant heaves. Chichipek pitches over the side. He grabs onto the rail, but his fingers are slipping. He cries out for help. Meanwhile, the runaway crate totters on the edge of the deck, ready to plunge overboard. You recognize the symbol on the front and realize it's likely contains the salvage from Kadnua, your keep. We're going to rescue Chichipek. Because we are good people. You grab Chitterback's arm just as his grip fails. For a tense moment, he hangs suspended over the roiling sea. Then, with a mighty tug, you pull him back onto the deck. You hear a heavy splash. The crate from Cadnua is gone. Chitterback, meanwhile, nods in gratitude and hurries to his station. Meanwhile, the storm has nearly driven you ashore. A flash of lightning reveals a treacherous coastline, and Aethys strides into the distance. The lookout barely has time to shout a warning before the Defiant runs around. The impact hurls you from the deck, and into a froth of waves, bodies, and splintering debris. You struggle towards the beach just ahead, even as the surf tugs you towards the open sea. You kick and paddle with all your might until at last you feel the sand beneath your fingers. Pulling yourself ashore, you collapse.
You've been getting a lot of sleep so far on this trip. I'd have woke you, but you look so peaceful with your face in the sand.
Eder runs his fingers through his hair and removes a strand of seaweed he finds lodged there. He examines it closely and then tosses it onto the sand.
If you're worried about the ship, you can stop worrying. It's wrecked right over there.
He points out the Defiant, despite it being difficult to miss from your vantage point.
So far, it's just you and me and the chair lady over there.
Eder nods towards something further up the beach.
It's a relief to see you awake, my lady. I worried you were in for another long sleep.
Your steward appears to be lodged between some rocks. Despite this, her tone is warmly cheerful. What happened?
Ran aground, looks like. Statue headed inland. Guess he had business here. Or he needed directions.
I do sense a few survivors close by. The rest, you could give them guidance, but they are beyond any other help. That is, assuming this experience has not diminished your abilities as a watcher. If you can see the souls of our dead and speak to them, it would be a great comfort.
The view's better than I would have thought. We better go see if they're all right.
Alright, let's get going. Wait, can we patch up the ship?
I'm afraid I won't be much assistance in that regard. And not to doubt Master Adair's capacity, but even he would need supplies.
That's true. Steak, especially.
Patching the hull is only the start. You're going to need help getting the Defiant out to sea again. And a crew, for that matter.
Let's see about the other survivors. And somehow we gotta get the ship repaired. I don't want to be paddling out of here on a salvage raft.
For now, I'd say your best bet is to find some sign of civilization. If nothing else, we may be able to hire on a shipwright. My lady, if it is not too taxing, could you explain how it came to pass that you were returned to us?
As it turns out, the gods are too dumb to figure out what Aethys is doing, so they sent me back to figure it out.
Could be they're just not dumb enough to get in Aethys' way up here.
A perilous endeavor indeed. Castle or no castle, you are still my lady, and I will aid you to the best of my ability.
Well, I suppose we better get a move on.
Eder... no. Let's go. Oh, Eder's definitely still going to be a fighter. He did a fantastic job the first game, and he's going to keep doing a fantastic job the second game. Well, my name isn't Stuffy Merriman. The Vanquisher of... Was I the Vanquisher of again? Oh, right, there.
Help! Somebody!
The Defiant is looking far worse for wear after this unexpected landfall. The hull has splintered in several places along the keel, while the tattered sails stand as evidence of your battles with the pirates. The deck on the Defiant is well out of reach from here. The ship groans like a beached whale each time the waves roll in, but it doesn't seem to be listing further. You may be able to climb up. Athletics. You climb nimbly up the side of the ship and reach the top without so much as breaking a sweat. Adair is not so far behind you, pulling himself up and over the railing beside you.
Blanca!
Hello, you're alive.
You're looking better, Casita. That, or I'm worse off than I thought.
Valiant term for captain. The sheen of sweat on her brow and the wan cast of her features belies Irina's... Is it Irina's? Irena's? Casual greeting.
It's my leg, Matiko. It hurts even worse than it looks.
Survival. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's kind of cool. What happened?
I was a stubborn Postanaga. I was trying to fasten this mess down when we struck shore. Barrel rolled right over my leg.
Literally the Valiant term for carrot, but conversationally means idiot.
Everything we've been through, and I'm nearly done in by a cask of rum.
Have you seen anyone else?
Funny thing, it's hard to see much from the underside of a barrel.
Alright. I'll patch you up as best I can, but you'll want to stay off the leg as much as possible.
I wasn't planning on going for a run, Casita.
Irina watches you work with obvious relief. Once you're through, she gives the leg a tentative stretch.
It still hurts, but I can manage from here. Agrasima. Have you found any of the others yet?
Not yet.
I'll start a fire. If any of the others are out there, hopefully they'll see it and turn up.
They have tyrannies, word libraries, and I like that. That was one of the best features from Tyranny. Okay, so we're up here. Doesn't look like there's anything to do up here. So we're just gonna go ahead and climb down and look around. Dang. Loot the dead. One potion of minor healing.
Hope the rest of those sodden bastards made it.
What do you need?
Leather armor. Principi hat. Still same old generic hat. Of
course.
Will do.
Spire sponge. I guess this is going to be our camp going forward. Spark crackers, if successful, distraction for 1 round. -5 just oh, that was a flank. That could be useful early on.
I got it.
If I can find one.
Spy! Magran, here! My flame burns yet!
Hello?
Is that you?
Eld Engrim appears to be in sound condition. though his wax jacket is soaked through. He appraises you with bleary-eyed amusement.
You woke just in time for the fun. Fighting off motherless raiders one moment, flung into the freezing depths of Ondra's bosom the next. Aye. Magran learns us poor bastards that a little excitement's good for the heart.
The last Magranite to travel with me almost went mad because of his goddess trials.
Aye, but almost mad ain't fully mad. Ah, old Durance. The goddess shan't forge another like him in our lives, Captain.
I'm straight. I miss Durance.
There's nae getting the ship back underway without repairs. Yonder road inland seems the best chance of that. You want to be kicking some of the corpses before you go, see if some cry out. We need a crew if we're to set sail. I'll see you at the campfire, Captain. Magran's flame warms my soul, but these ailed bones need a touch of the real thing.
You'll find Arena there.
Good, good. I'll keep an eye out for others, Watcher, if you'll do the same.
Cool. Oh, right. Someone mentioned that the audio was really quiet, really loud compared to me. Let's see if we can fix that. I think I'm just going to drop the master volume down to 70, and we'll see if that is enough. Still don't know why my volume
Mind the
is
boars,
constant.
Watcher. I can't hold them back.
Suey. Suey.
He's a pig.
What do you need?
Piggy.
Yeah? Take him down!
Okay, I immediately want to be out of turn-based mode. Thank you very much.
What do you need?
Yeah?
It is good to see you well, Watcher. I believe the boars were hoping for easy meat.
Chitterpeck greets you with a relieved nod and checks the pistol at his hip.
The bosun, Beadle, is in that cave over there. Ran in after a boar. Stubborn old dwarf.
What happened?
After we made landfall, you mean? I woke and Beadle was close by, swearing fit to bring Andra's wrath upon us a second time. We began to search for supplies. I came over this way in hopes of gathering some of that blood moss over there. I thought it might be of use. I imagine the boars had the same idea.
So why are you out here?
I was able to calm one of the boars with a spell. For a time, at least. By the time I was through, I had lost sight of Beadle. I remained here, hoping he would return quickly. He has not.
I'll look for Beadle.
I will make for the campfire. I must get this pistol cleaned if it's going to be of any use. Be careful in there, Captain.
All right. Okay. Does anyone know if there are going to be other characters from the first game in this, other than Eder?
Isn't there supposed to be a light?
Huh? Sure.
Let's go take a look in the sea cave. Probably find some horrible skeletons or something. Or something worse.
Guess we're not the first to head this way.
Torch, medical supplies, baby pearl. Hardtack. Huh. Mm-hmm. Oh wow, they've got an actual stealth system.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah?
Four turns, I'm guessing? Hard to say.
Sure.
Oh, there's another one. Where is it?
Hey. Hey.
Are we good? I think the game may have bugged. Oh, no, it's paused.
Hmm? Right.
Hold up. Interesting. No. I want to level my companions. Well, that's cool. They've got multiple interface types. Alright, well, that's good. Yeah, we can save. Okay, actually, I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to take a break, because it has been a solid 5 hours since we started streaming, and I think it's more than enough time to take a break. Alright, we're back. I think I'm probably going to go for another hour or so and then call it quits for today. Just feeling kind of worn out from all the heat.
Enemies ahead. On it.
Push myself
Not
too
happening.
bad. No, fine. What is that? A skeleton? Ow.
Yeah?
Okay.
Leave it to me.
Maybe I'll get used to the turn-based combat.
What do you
We'll
need?
see.
Sure.
Is it a shield? Can Eder use a shield? Does Eder have a shield? He does have a shield. Is this a better shield? It is identical. F. What is this? Grants Gon's pledge. I don't know what Gon's pledge is, but it grants it. Shares a generous portion of the caster's divine strength, restoring a significant amount of health.
Well, this'll impress some ladies.
Damn
Indeed.
pirates! Andra take your scabrous souls for fish food.
Bayadol. Still alive and calling everybody scabrous, I see. Well, now we got a bosun. Just need a boat.
Adair! And I see that corpse we've been carting around is looking a slight more sprightly. Good to see the two of you, but mind your step. I've got myself in a spot of trouble. Been trying to find a way past without losing a leg or getting a face full of poison.
I see them. I'll guide you through.
Well, if you're certain.
You point out a safe path along the floor, and Bayadol makes his way along, sweating and stiff-jawed. Safe on the other side, he lets out a breath he's been holding and wipes his brow.
It's just bats and stinking corpses in this cave. You find anyone else?
We've got a campfire going on the beach.
Then I'll head that way myself. See you on the beach, Captain.
Keeping an eye out. Sure. You see that?
Traps? Indeed.
Well, that could have gone better. A quick rest would help if you don't mind.
You're fine.
Don't think I can pull that off.
Alright.
Keeping an eye out.
Yeah?
We did just level. So is mechanics still the thing that we use to disarm traps? Traps unlocked can be a problem for even the toughest adventurer. Neat. I like the improved UI. The UI was always kind of a problem in the first game. Took a little bit of messing around to understand what did what. Okay, so Arcana replaced lore is what happened. We'll go with diplomacy. All right. Now this is where we get into the actual ability tree stuff. I think I like that. Okay, how exactly? First of all, survival. You know, I never expected Eder to be that blonde. He looks extremely blonde. Wow. Okay. Uses once per encounter. Character becomes fleet and nimble, increasing stride and gains a defensive stance against disengagement attacks. Is Eder a monk? We want the fighter stances at some point here. You know, I was just about to ask what his weapon proficiencies were. I guess we get to choose. Oh, never mind. Alright, moving on.
Stay behind me.
Okay.
Hey. Hey.
Stay behind me.
Let's go.
Hey.
You're better than that. Here we go.
Ooh.
Yeah?
Steffi's not looking so
Take
hot.
him down.
Hey.
After this combat, I'd like to take a look at the...
May I be a candle
I want to see if there's a hotkey.
in the night.
Okay, the big one's about to die.
Let's go. Right.
Oh, they actually do take forever to die because of their small die. Oh, Gom's pledge.
May I be a candle in the night.
Yeah, look at that no damage you're doing.
What do you need?
One per encounter. Empower yourself to refill half of your expended resources or empower a spell or ability to grant a large power level boost. Empower may only be used on each character once per encounter and are restored at rest. Interesting. I gotta look at chance at some point. Can't change them during combat, that makes sense. Visage of Death's Herald. Use your Watcher powers to gaze into your target's eyes deep into their soul, temporarily frightening them.
What do you need? Leave it to me.
Okay.
Hey.
And then knockdown. Nice.
Yeah? Got it.
Yeah?
Yeah?
There we go.
Yeah?
What's a metal killing machine doing out here by himself in a cave anyway? Thoughts? Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. Ring of minor protection.
Clean.
I think Eder needs this more. Be in the tank and all that. Scroll of Fan of Flames. Sephi could use that. Repair supplies.
Will do.
Dozens of paintings, mildewed and worthless, line the wall amongst the broken bottles and rotten.
That art looks about as good as it smells at this point.
Nice and slow. Found something. On it.
All right, we are not disarming those traps. We'll come back. Oh, balls.
What do you need?
Sure.
Come on, Eder. Let's go.
Keeping quiet.
Looks like trouble.
What do you need?
I'm on it.
Hmm?
Oh no, is that poison? That's probably poison, right?
Yeah? Sure.
Yeah? Hmm?
That must have hurt.
Wow. That's a giblet.
Huh?
Well, more correctly, that's a lot of giblets.
I've got it.
3 wings. Cave coral. Do we have a map of the area? We do. The waters here glow an eerie blue, and the cave glistens with reflected light. You can just make out an opening in the cavern wall to the northwest, where the water flows onwards. The tunnel seems to extend a short distance before turning sharply, but you cannot see where it leads. You take a deep breath and step down into the water. The water is cool, but not uncomfortably so, and you swim forward in the tunnel. The tunnel bends sharply, and you follow the cavern wall, seeking out places to come up for air, and finding none. The water stings your eyes, and the featureless stone around you muddies your senses of direction. You are forced to turn back, climbing out into the outcroppings and gasping for air. Hey, there we go. Eder sets out at a good pace, cutting through the water with a confident stroke. Nearly to the far side of the tunnel, Eder finds a space to come up for air. With a place to rest along the way, the swim should be manageable. Air pockets provide a much-needed reprieve as you make your way through the cramped waterway. You make short work of the journey. You come up into what appears to be another smaller cavern, where sunlight streams in from an opening in the stone. Oh. This is the other side. Okay. Abandoned hideout. We should be able to come back here, I think. Oh, what's this? Another boat. A wrecked boat. Alright. I think we've covered everything here. I think.
Fancy seeing you here.
The spirit's voice warps and shifts, muted as if by a giant distance. Even so, he grins brightly at you.
I can't see much of anything, really, apart from you. Just endless gray. What happened?
The ship ran aground in the storm. You died.
Storm? That's strange. You'd think a man would recall a storm. It's like someone cut away a part of my memory. There's just this big black hole. It's weird. I thought death would be different. Big light and so on. But I don't see anything at all. Just you.
Barath charged me with the guiding of souls to the afterlife. So I suppose you're my responsibility now.
Oh. Suppose that sounds nice enough. I'll follow you then, shall I?
Come along then. The spirit falls into step behind you, radiating cheer.
Still seeing ghosts, huh? I suppose you're stuck with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's going away anytime soon. Can I still talk to ghosts? Some of them are just not very helpful.
There's nothing for miles.
Well, I looked around. Hold up, what about this waterfall? Oh, that's the sea cave. Okay. Oh well, look at that. You've actually got wading animations.
I'll boil up some water. We'll have a spy at that leg of yours.
Should have seen me with that barrel, Angrim. I showed it who's boss.
Magrin gives some of us simpler trials than others.
You love Twitch? Thinking about buying this? Wonder if it's better than Divinity Original Sin 2 / Pathfinder? I haven't played Pathfinder. I know that it could be compared to Divinity Original Sin 2. However, the turn-based is something that they added later on, so if you're not too much a fan of real-time with pause, then that might turn you off. It's good, but it's a slog. I was thinking that I might try it out. Actually, hold up. You've reminded me that I own it now, so just let me fix something that I have completely forgotten about. I have no idea if this will work on my bot. Holy crap, that works. Well, now it's out of my hands. I've given the reins to everyone else.
Yeah, I got it.
Good news, Captain. I found some supplies must have washed ashore. Even better. I've located some spirits.
Rum!
The mundane kind, I mean. Nothing that requires your talents, Watcher.
Ah, rum! Is this just a pirate's life for me? Divinity Original Sin Edition. Have you seen any other survivors?
Not a one. We've come away from this one limping, Captain. But we live to see the next battle through.
What do you think we should do now, then?
It's just the lot of us now, Captain. You'd best head into town, see about supplies and repairs. I'll keep an eye on the ship.
Do you know anything about this island?
Kith live here. I ken that much. Means we're a sight better off than we could be.
You've completed all your unfinished business in Outer Wilds, though you had to look up the Ash Twin project in the Quantum Tower. I mean, you know how to get past the anglerfish, right? Yeah. I feel like in Divinity Original Sin, it rewards more imaginative uses of fire. One of the things that we discovered was a very easy way to kill people was if there was any lava or death fog on the map, you could instant kill literally anyone because you would dump the lava or death fog. That included death fog barrels. We made heavy use of death fog barrels by the end of it. Because turns out that doesn't matter how much armor, health, or magic armor you have, if you're stuck in death fog, you're dead. And we can teleport both the death fog and people around at will. Made us really feel like absolute mages. And then I just happen to be a... Yeah, but I feel like that's kind of the fun of it, honestly. They made the system to be exploited. Like any D&D system. feel like Divinity Original Sin 2 had enough going that the CC emphasis didn't stop it being interesting. Yeah, I agree with that. Having armor that does anything other than just pure health is a really good move, and I think they took it in the correct direction. Later on, as you go, you do have to emphasize just stripping armor down fast. You would have characters that were that emphasized armor or magic damage. And if you didn't have that, then the game got really hard. They knew what they were doing with the system. I do believe a couple of ice cubes just popped out. I can hear them in the background through the fridge door.
Of course, it's surely pirate territory. They have a number of bolt holes out this way. I'd nae be surprised if that cave up north is one of them. Could be they lie in wait for us even as we speak.
Okay. I also felt like a lot of the spells were interesting enough that you could combine them in amusing ways. My favorite being Epidemic of Fire.
They warned me strange things would come following you, Watcher.
You know we're following strange things, right?
What a mess. We'll be needing help getting the Defiant off the ground.
Do you know anything about this place?
We got turned around in that storm. Hard to be sure just where we are.
And what do we do now?
Not much chance of us moving the ship on our own, but we're in charted waters. There's bound to be a town nearby.
Alright. And Irina? Ooh, hey. Let me talk to you. Oh, God.
The Yodel said you had to bail him out of trouble. Diverus? Was he crying? You can tell me.
Oh, quiet. You were under a damned barrel.
I would like to get around to playing the original Divinity, Original Sin, the original Sin, at some point, because why not? I like the combat from the second one a lot.
Irena's
Got
in
to
good
play it
order.
twice. I do think that fire, it should take more to set things on fire. I agree with you there. It is far too easy to set the entire map on fire, regardless of what the ground is made out of. So, most of the time it's on fire by accident. Hello, what is this? What? Okay, give me the tutorial. Clicking on the world map will have your party navigate to a selected location. Toggle on, off the camera. Automatically follow. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Ah, gotcha. This makes more sense. What is that? Ale! Booze! In the distance, you see a simple wagon. The angle at which it rests on the road, one side jutting above the other, suggests that it has been damaged or disabled. Even from your vantage, you can make a move, or you can make out Kith milling around it. Oh, well, we are bad at sneaking. As you near the cart, you make out a group of Raid Saren pilgrims in rough spun linens and cottons. A single draft horse stamps at the ground impatiently, as two of the pilgrims argue over the front right wheel, which seems hopelessly stuck in the mud. One of the pilgrims notices you. Her step back draws the attention of the others, and a man in well-worn in a well-worn gambeson? There's a missing A there. Steps forward. The weight of deep concern hangs on his face. Did the dreams bring you here as well? The other pilgrims look to you with a mix of apprehension and hope. Dreams? We are farmers, come from Reed Saris to work the colony fields here. We're believers, all to the one, in the light of Aethys. The other pilgrims are fervently in agreement. A woman with a smiling baby lifts the infant's hand to wave. We've been having dreams. 3 stars sailing through the sky, piercing the black of a storm cloud. Figured it must be him, Aethys, calling to us. So we came here, the place we saw in our dreams. The pilgrims looked around, matching their sleeping memory to the present. We saw the giant pass, with 3 stars on his brow, but... He sighs and gestures to the wagon stuck in the mud. Sad to say we could not follow him. Wheels stuck as stuck gets. Oh, by the way, Alabugan, have you played the first Pillars of Eternity? Because this has massive spoilers for the second Pillars, or for that. I would highly suggest playing the first if you can. Wheels stuck as stuck gets. None of us are strong enough to lift that corner up to get something under it. More than one of us tries, and we just get in each other's way. Oh, hey, look at that. Jesus. I guess I have been streaming for 5 hours. It gave Subnautica enough time to get up there. Now the question, Desalona, is that with all my newly found free time, will I finish it before you do? The other pilgrims nod and stretch, suddenly remembering their aching bodies. Let's take a look. A brief inspection reveals that the wagon is undamaged, but the wheel is stuck fast in the mud. We have some wood, the old man says as he gestures to the back of the wagon. If we can get the wheel up, we can slide that neath it. Inside the wagon, you see several planks of wood. A small box of valuables sits to the side. One of the younger Dawn Stars looks at you, eyes wide. Reckon you can lift it? I can't. Well, Eder might be able to. There we go. I'm not allowed to. Eder squares himself in to the wagon corner, squats deep, and rests the wheel up from the mud with a grunt. A young Dawnstar stands in shock for a moment, reacting just in time to thrust a thick board beneath the wheel. It takes the better part of an hour to lay down a safe path for the wagon to roll free of the mud. The laboring Dawnstars glisten with sweat, but laugh happily as they sing songs for praise for Aethys. Jesus, this is why I'm not streaming much longer. My tongue is bleh. 2 hours have passed. Smiling, their leader presses a small pouch of coins into your hands. We appreciate the help. Without you, who knows how long we would have been stranded out here. They begin to prepare their wagons as you take your leave. You've gained an item. 15 times silver fenning. Head to your empire. Okay. The item is put into your stash. The old man calls out to you as you go. Take care of yourself and your soul, traveler. Whether you come for Aethys or not, we know in our hearts that he comes for us. Sure. What is that over there? Ah, Port Magé.
Better see what that crowd's about.
What if the giant comes this way?
Please, everyone stay calm.
The man at the center of attention appears to be fielding inquiries from both the gaggle of townsfolk gathered around the platform and a rather severe-looking Amois. Oh God, I can never say their name. I'm just gonna go with Amois, woman standing beside him.
Please, everyone remain calm. I assure you I will do everything in my power to get you the answers you need. Our friends among the Huana.
A tribe civilization primarily comprised of island Amois, which has thrived in the Deadfire Archipelago for thousands of years. Though largely decentralized, the Huana share common values steeped in mythology and a sense of guardianship over the isles they call home.
Have offered you hospitality and safety from the storms.
The Amois woman folds her arms.
Yes. I think we are all keenly aware of the debt of gratitude we owe to the...
I have personally seen to the safety of your homes. Now you will do the same for our families.
What about our families?
What about the ships? How are we supposed to feed ourselves? If everyone would...
As Claria's gaze sweeps across the crowd, it falls upon you where it remains. A few more heads turn to see what has caught the governor's attention.
It's one of the pirates.
At this alarmed cry, the whole of the crowd turns to regard you. A startled, expectant hush falls upon the gathered throng. And if I am?
Hey, mind if I go get a drink? Meet up with you later. Got bad luck with mobs.
Yeah, that's fair.
Everyone stay calm. I think it's clear our guest is nothing of the sort. 2 of my guards reported a ship flying deer wooden colors, fallen prey to a private vessel. That would be your ship, I assume.
The crowd quiets somewhat at that, though you still find yourself the target of a few glares.
That would make her lucky. Your own vessels do not usually fare so well.
The woman regards you with bland curiosity.
Quite.
I just need some repairs and I'll be on my way.
Per complanca, everyone, forgive me. I believe this matter requires my attention.
You have my word that I will keep you apprised of any changes.
Per complainter? For mercy, or for literal mercy. They actually had a true like an experienced conlanger when they were doing this.
Especially you, Mr. Ikawa.
Do not flatter me with Valian titles. You are distracted with your newcomer and wish me gone. But I will not go far, Governor Clario.
Geralde, as for you, stranger, let us speak at my estate. We'll discuss your predicament.
Of course.
What marvelous carvings!
This feels suspiciously like the
this
second
one is
act of
many
Witcher 2.
centuries old. Blessed by Ngati herself.
Magnificent!
I don't know if anyone here has played Witcher 2, but it just feels like that, you know? Nope, open that damn door. Hello.
Ah, yes, there you are. As governor and under the auspices of the Valian Trading Company, please allow me to officially welcome you to Port Marche.
He spreads his hands in a subdued flourish.
Apologies for that little drama outside. These are confusing times, and people often react poorly to uncertainty. Between the storm, the pirates, and the, well, certain strange events, we are all a little on edge.
He spreads his hands in an apologetic gesture. Strange events?
A few, well, quite a few people here in Port Marche claim to have seen a giant of some kind during the storm. I would call it a flight of fancy, but unless something has tainted every well in the region, I do not think it can be ignored. But then, the Deadfire is a land full of such things. You must have heard the stories.
That wasn't just a giant. That was Eothas. The governor mouths a voiceless ah of understanding and studies you for a moment.
You'll find good company among the Dawn Stars here in town. They have all manner of theories concerning the behemoth.
He rifles casually through a few papers.
Now, to the matter of your ship. You're stranded, are you? It was a rough landing by all reports. Unfortunately, our own ships are in no condition to sail. We've had dealings with the pirates ourselves. They've taken their share of supply ships. The storm saw to those berthed in the harbor. All that said, I believe I may have a solution, provided you're willing to help me in turn.
I'm the Lady of Cadnua. Couldn't I owe you a favor?
Cadnua? A dear wooden castle, is it? An interesting proposal, to be sure, but I'm afraid the matter at hand is rather urgent. I have the guards on the lookout for pirate vessels looking to take advantage of whatever damage the storm caused. We've cannons enough to see them off, but I need every man ready to use them. There is a site of some considerable value elsewhere on the island. A value to the trading company, you understand. In point of fact, it's the very reason any of us are here. You're familiar with the Luminous Adra trade?
I know that Luminous Adra is native to the Deadfire.
It's also quite valuable. When refined, it sells for considerable sums. The trading company has invested a lot of time and money into locating sites suitable for mining and processing.
How valuable exactly?
Valuable enough to make sailing across the world seem like a sound investment.
Ah!
We, And I hope you understand that these matters require some discretion. Have one such outpost on the other side of the island. A successful venture, up until very recently. We sought to improve the refinement process. To that end, we hired some of the brightest minds in the field of animancy and brought them out here to lend their expertise.
Huh. I wonder if it's checking your cache to see if you've actually got it installed or not.
And then one evening, a storm
Hey,
rolls
Zatara.
in out of nowhere, and my scouts begin to report that a giant has marched its way across the island towards my dig site. What am I to make of that? We haven't heard from Mestre Odorisi since, nor any of his assistants, or the workers. I must know what has happened. If Odorisi, if his work is lost, then everything that we have worked for is at risk.
Yeah, now what are you gonna put all your logs towards? Pillars of Eternity 2 is right here, man. You actually missed the end of Pillars of Eternity 1 and the end of our first playthrough. This is our second playthrough.
Which is where you come in. You need a ship, I need information. See to this for me, and I'll set half the town to work. We'll patch up your ship, and you'll be free to go on your way.
I was thinking about that. You know how you asked if I was going to shave it down? I just realized that there is no better possible introduction to an event that starts on the 4th of July than to have a massive explosion rock the campground. I can do that?
Galade, then we are agreed. I will assign men to keep watch over your ship. You will find the dig site on the eastern side of the island. I'll mark it on your map here.
Oh, that was an agreement, dude.
One more thing. If you should recover Odorisi's notes, know that they would be of great value to me.
Unfortunately, you did just come in as I was thinking of wrapping up for the day, as I am like stumbling over my words and having trouble reading things straight. So you kind of came in a bit late here, Zatara. Sorry. We'll be continuing this on Saturday of next week. Actually, no. We'll be continuing this on Thursday because Wednesday is my last day. You have thus been summoned for numbs. Okay. But yeah, so we'll be continuing this on Thursday when I will be streaming this at exactly the same time. And that'll be fun. Yeah, I'd been streaming for 6 hours and the heat is getting to me and I'm just like stumbling over my words and it's meaning that I am having lots of trouble just reading. 36 degrees Celsius. What is my temperature right now? It's not too bad right now, but it's enough to tire me out quite easily. Hold up. Let me look it up. It is apparently 104 degrees Celsius, but it doesn't feel like that because humidity is pretty low. Tomorrow, oh god, humidity's... Ugh. Okay, humidity is actually lower tomorrow, so we might be fine. But it's hitting 112 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh my god. Oh, thank god it cools down later on in the week. We won't be seeing any... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No. That's the right button. Yes, thank you everyone for continuing to support the stream and everyone who is watching right now. Thank you to my continued Patreon supporters, 10 Ace Games, Zebgrin, Slime Hunter, Walks with Gorillas, my dad, Kremlin Kev, Desalona, Miss Mango Plays, NBFF, Alpha Mango, and Kwoke for continuing to support the stream. If you would like to support the stream, know that I am not a Twitch I'm not a Twitch affiliate by choice, and the only way that I accept support these days is through Patreon. You can support you can find that information here. I also do a lot of writing. If you are interested in learning more about the Dark Forest world that the stream takes or the storytelling and campgrounds takes place in. And yeah, I am also a Humble Bundle partner. Not that that really matters, to be honest. I'm thinking I might actually drop that because it hasn't really done that much for me. And I don't really feel like being affiliated with any particular storefront. Yeah, hard to say. We'll see. Anywho, yes, thank you everyone. And until next time, have a safe trip to the Dark Forest. I'm going to send you all off to who knows where. Let's see here. I don't actually have a good target. I'm going to send you to Holy Rusted Metal, who's doing Legend of Zelda. Looks like the original. Alright. Bye, everyone.